there's kids here
at the office.
Who is that person? I swear.
Everything happens when I'm gone. Sucks.
Here. You did miss Ben though.
Ben
ran up on the studio at the like right as I pulled in. He had texted me, said, I'm by the studio. I'll tell you why he came by when we're off.
Okay,
but it's good.
Yeah,
it's
I like that.
What's happening, everybody? Miss P, what's good, baby?
Hey, everybody. I'm blinking twice. I need help. I'm not safe.
We got to keep the 2-shot because if we zoom out, you'll see Kenny's like off in the desert somewhere or something.
I'm not safe.
Chef Hardy rules. What's happening? Johnny G, what's good, baby?
Miss MacTeen is the lick. West Side is the click.
Well.
No, I'm doing what I can. This is crazy. I don't think I've done StreamYard on this laptop in a long time. Everything's smaller. All the comments are smaller.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh man.
It's
what'd you say?
Do you have it up like on your full screen?
No, because no.
So I couldn't figure out the same thing. Like when I couldn't figure out like why does it look so different here? That's why, because I don't do anything with this screen in front of me. So it's just the stream. It's just us. It's just the stream. So it looks a lot different when you get away from the work computer. See, free Kenny. Free Kenny.
Steven, I see you stunned in the court sides though.
Mark, live from an undisclosed location.
JC's in parts unknown right now.
Parts unknown. Been to parts unknown and everywhere in between.
In all reality, everybody be safe out there if you got to go somewhere. They're saying it's going to be nasty.
Yeah, that sun's a bitch.
Yeah, don't get sunburned.
Don't get sunburned out there. Watch out for those breaking clouds.
It's that Roseville, man. Out here, it's always cloudy over here. You know,
well,
in South Sac, even though I'm not in South Sac, but South Sac County.
I don't think that's a thing.
I'm still in Sacramento County.
You said South Sac County.
Close to it, Rob W. I'm in a corner, not in a closet, but I am in a corner. Where was I was looking?
1 p.m. on Friday. Yes, 1 p.m. on Friday. Yeah, that absolutely works. And let them know we'd like to do it in a video form, like we do Coach Patrick. So I'm assuming that's Charlie. So let Charlie know. Okay.
Oh yeah. That's the ladies.
Facebook in the house. What's that?
That's the ladies team.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got some background on them too. I gotta show.
They did they play today? I thought I saw somewhere. They play today. I think they play on Wednesdays and the men play on Thursdays.
All right, showtime, Casey. Come on, baby, let's go. Let's go, baby. And one more time for that fourth quarter performance from De'Aaron Fox. Let's go ahead.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go ahead. Let's start 2023 like this.
Yeah.
First win in the new year. Yeah. Young Zell, you know what we got to do, man. We got to light the beam. Come on.
They do not know what Sacktown brings. When on the low, that's a Sacktown thing. Talking about us, it's a bounce out thing. Must they forgot we some Sacramento Kings. Host crazy, yeah, we back with it. Northern Cali going crazy, one sack winning. If you doubted us, then ain't no back spinning. This is real right here, ain't no catfishing. So tell me what you see now. Coming down the lane off the rebound. It's 9:16 now. Look towards the sky like the beam now.
Tell them like the beam. Let's go, baby. Welcome in here to the Wednesday, January 4th edition of Dealing with KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir. Oh, I got to do it myself?
I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure. You got your board back. You got your buttons back. For those that are watching on youtube.com/ESPN1320 or twitch.tv/ESPN1320, for those that are watching over on Facebook Live on ESPN 1320's page, we assure you Kenny is not being held hostage at this particular moment. He is safe. He is fine. He is just in a new area of his home where you can't hear babies cry. So he's locked down and safe there for the next 4 hours, and we are here with you for the next 4 hours. 1320 Kings insider James Ham will be with us whenever the hell he wants to, quite honestly. Shoot around, we'll wrap up. He'll make his way in here.
Last night, just about 1:45 a.m., just trying to go to sleep. I was looking at Lil Ryan, and I was like,
what more do you want from me?
You're a kid in a candy store today, aren't you? You're a happy man to have those buttons back in front of you, and it's following another thrilling Kings victory. There was a stretch of just between, I think there were 2 quarters of the second Denver game, that Washington game. You had started to put man, the Kings have, what happened to that exciting team? They become difficult to watch. Since then, they've won 3 games by a combined 4 points. Their games have been anything but boring. They have been anxiety-inducing for sure. But the good guys walked away with a victory yesterday, and there's a lot of elite performances that we need to talk about, but none more than number 5. De'Aaron Fox and what he did in the fourth quarter of yesterday's game. I'm sure that the Sacramento Kings flew home with a dub because they got to play again tonight. We'll talk about that. He did everything to make sure that that plane ride home was a happy one.
Come on, man. Number 5 in that fourth quarter. that was big boy stuff right there. That was big boy. 22 points in the fourth quarter for De'Aaron Fox. The numbers and the stats, they just keep going crazy about it. That's the 3rd best quarter in Kings history since 1996.
Wow.
The guy 22 points was great. I think it's tied with Mitch Richmond. I know that for sure. I took down a note real quick, but it's tied with Rich Richmond for sure. Isaiah Thomas had 23. I think DeMarcus Cousins had 24, or excuse me, it was Kevin Martin who had 24. Pajian, Isaiah Thomas had 23 and a quarter. Mitch Richmond had 22. Marcus Thornton had 22. And now De'Aaron Fox with 22 and a quarter. He was doing everything that needed to be done to make sure that team came home with a victory last night. Everything. He was phenomenal.
22 fourth quarter points, 9 of 10 from the field, 1 of 2 from 3, 3 of 4 from the free throw line. And one important note, 0 turnovers.
Now that's big time. That's a big time.
0 fourth quarter turnovers for De'Aaron Fox last night.
No need to turn it over when you're not passing.
Well, and no need to pass when you're 9 of 10. When you're 9 of 10, do what the hell you want to.
You know what? And this is the thing where, and I say not passing and with love, because no, I didn't want him to pass the ball. Keep shooting the ball, De'Aaron Fox. And this is the thing where it's De'Aaron Fox comes out and says, I can get any shot I want anytime. You see efforts like this. And this is what makes games like Memphis, for me, so baffling. Because I think De'Aaron Fox is capable, talent-wise, of doing this or something close to it every single night. He still only took he took 22 shots last night. It wasn't like he was jacking up 35 or nothing like that. You can take 22 shots every night, De'Aaron Fox. You're that good. I agree with him that he can get any shot he wants at any time. So it's one of those things where it's like, man, you showed it to us. You showed us what you can do. I need to see more of that because I love seeing that type of De'Aaron Fox.
He is on such a this season really is incredible. Like the season in its totality, isolating De'Aaron Fox's play alone.
Mm.
The fact like he is explosive, like he's getting to the basket. I swear we went 2 years without him dunking. That's probably not true, but it felt like it was true. It felt like his last dunk before this year was the empty arena dunk we all remember so well that no one actually saw in person.
Is that like Will Chamberlain? Did it not happen?
Yo, he should be holding up a piece of paper that says dunked. Like it's like because I'm sure he dunked last year and had moments last year. I just can't remember any of them. This year, I mean, you know, the hang time dunk from a couple of nights ago where he just hung in the air and hung on the rim and just had the Dave Chappelle Kane Blouses look on his face, and he was explosive to the rim last night. He's having multiple monster dunks a game now. And he is on an entirely different level than we've ever seen him before. He's an all-star. Like
100%.
The Sacramento Kings have 2 all-stars on their team.
100%. And I've moved into the camp of De'Aaron Fox should be on the all-star team. When you combine the fact of, you know, the way he's playing, first and foremost, the team success, the fact that some guys probably just aren't going to play in the all-star game, I'll say it, I would be stunned if he didn't make the all-star team. I think he's an all-star without like people missing with injury or anything like that, potentially. Like he's on that list of guys who should be going to Salt Lake City. And I agree with you. They got 2 all-stars. That Tomahawk Jam. Oh my gosh. Yeah. De'Aaron, come on, man. That's what we was asking for. We was asking for that De'Aaron Fox.
When De'Aaron is playing with the level of confidence he seemed to have last night in the fourth quarter, there aren't a lot of players in the league better. Like there's, you know, the endless, you know, what once was the endless discussion of Ja and De'Aaron Fox. Ja plays with that confidence level every single night. I don't know if De'Aaron plays with that confidence level. It feels like he's playing with it a lot more now than he ever has before. But last night, you said this, it was Kobe in his final game. Hey, don't pass the ball. I love Domas. No, this is you. Handle this.
Yeah.
Take this game home.
And I'll flip that a little bit more what you're saying. I think he always has confidence. He might have too much confidence. He may be too lackadaisical, where it's like, you know, I can turn it on whenever I want to. Let me, you know, he just kind of floats along sometimes. Whereas you talked about, and I recognize it too, Ja's always on. Ja's always on. He's always attacking, whatever the case may be. But when De'Aaron gets in the mode and gets in the mindset that he was in last night, particularly in the second half, in the fourth quarter, because in the first half, it was much of the De'Aaron we just talked about. It's like, what's the little gif where the drawing and he has a stick and it says, do something. It was like, shoot it. That's how I felt in the first half. You know what I mean? Like, shoot the ball. And when he decides to do that, I agree with you, Damian. There are not many other guards in the league that can perform the way he does. And then he knows what he does. He gets to that mid-range and he gets to his spot and he's automatic. He's automatic. He's got that down to a science.
De'Aaron Fox, 4 of 8, 10 points in the first half.
That's actually not even that bad. 8 shot attempts in the first half. Felt like it took 2.
Well, I think what you're thinking about there is the first quarter.
Yeah, specifically.
Where he had a single point. in the first quarter, and was
and later in the second quarter is when he started to get more shots.
Right.
So he spent the first, let's say, 18 minutes of the game just kind of floating. It felt like
last night might have been no pun intended here for the Kings, but a crowning moment for De'Aaron Fox. That was a performance in that setting in Utah, coming off, the difficult games that you had with Denver, the game in Utah, or the game against Utah, excuse me, at the Golden One Center, and then the weekend matchup against Memphis. Like you're constantly being tested by teams in the West. Utah was a team that's lost 4 in a row, but a lot of the games that they've lost were like last night's. It's the same thing with Atlanta tonight. Atlanta's lost 4 in a row. If you saw the Warriors game, man, they fought. They're falling short. Like they've had some heartbreakers. So they're playing good teams despite their struggles, and they are performing. Yo, we got a stat check that is mind-boggling. A D'Lo and KC Will Z stat check from last night's game that we'll bring to you as we roll along here. There is a lot to talk about this 20-16 Sacramento Kings team. We've got some notes on that record as well that Deuce Mason put out there last night. So we'll dive into all of that. Phone lines are open for you, 916-909-1320. James Ham will be with us throughout the day. We've got another game to get ready for, the Sacramento Kings in the Atlanta Hawks at the Golden One Center tonight. So, again, we are just getting started. Stilo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Didn't even tease Drake bars, dummy.
Drake bars.
You want to fire the beat on your side?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. Hey, it's Jay Solo. What's happening? Utah.
I see my guy, Michigan Wolverines in here. It's been tough, man. I don't blame you for not being here yesterday. I can't believe what happened.
Oh, he always here.
He is, but he deserved a day. He deserved a day. You take a day. I definitely do that. Like if I was a listener to this show and I listened every day, if the Niners, like last year when the Niners lost an NFC Championship game, I probably wouldn't have been around for like a week. Every time they lose and like they've lost in those type of games, I don't listen to sports talk radio for at least a week, maybe even 2. I'll be catching up on Brilliant Idiots and Joe Budden podcast and Hand Me My Purse. Listening to all that, everything but sports.
Yeah, I used to be that way.
It's Joe Solo. I'm telling you, I was telling these guys, I saw the Office it was on Comedy Central. I'm telling you, I was sitting there, I was about to watch it, and then something happened. I don't know what happened. It was because I could tell you exactly what happened. I was watching it, and I think they went to commercial. Something about the black guy who was in the Hot Tub Time Machine.
Daryl.
Yeah. One of the guys put his arm around him and was like, "Yeah, we're partners or we're together," or something like that. And he looked at him kind of crazy, and he's like, "We're not together." And then they went to commercial. I was watching it. I was watching it.
Very, very good. Very good. This is what we're here for. Hey, shout out Warren on Facebook for hitting the thumbs up. Shout out for the 2 people watching on Facebook Live, man. We love y'all.
Facebook Live.
Twitch, what's good, baby? YouTube, y'all.
That reminds me. Let me check my Facebook. You know what I'm saying? Because I said I was going to be better about that. I didn't post anything, so. Okay, this is taking too long to load. I'm moving on.
Yeah, I'm with you, Marcus.
I'm just telling you what happened. I'll just tell you what happened. And then they went to commercial, and that's a killer. You don't want to go to commercial. That's why we talk for 4 straight hours.
That's right. That's right. We ain't gonna leave y'all. We ain't gonna put up a tile screen and cut out. Come on, man. We got you. I mean, every once in a while we do. Very, very rare. Very, very, very rare. KC, the Office super fan. Miss P's a big Office fan. Like every once in a while, she tweets something with absolutely no context, and all I know is, oh, that's a line from The Office. Like she's either watching Office reruns or something just popped in her head.
She's a major Office fan.
Wish Miss P would get that PJ, and
that reminds me. Yeah, but it'll happen. It'll happen. It's not gonna happen when we thought it would, but it's gonna happen. Miss P, I see you.
That's unfortunate.
I see you.
She's booked to go to Rome that day and can't make it.
I mean, it's the life
just
of
for lunch,
the life
and then
of Miss
she's
P.
back.
Yeah,
gotcha.
It ain't even a full lunch. It's just like a snack. Curtis, come on, man. Come on. Come on, man.
See, we're opposite with you. I don't know. There's just so many. There's just so many episodes. I love them all.
Kenny always on episode 1. Curtis, that's the greatest call ever. That is the greatest call ever.
Oh man.
just one quote, Kenny. Just one quote.
Man,
one, Kenny.
Where do I begin?
Hang on. Back here, D'Lo and KC, the Office super fan here on Twitch.
Let it be known, I do like The Office. Mm-hmm. Every episode I've seen, I've chuckled. I do think it's funny. I just haven't continued to watch it.
It's LaKenny right here. Broadcasting live from the home studios. Kings get the dub last night. Phone lines are open for you. 916-909-1320. Let's talk about that win. We'll talk about the final 0.4 seconds of that game in just a second. But Kings did win.
Oh yeah.
I can't get Sean P to smell what the Rock is cooking. He was tweeting last night about De'Aaron Fox, and I finally, Sean, you gonna do something? I ain't heard from him since.
Man,
if y'all part of that crew, what's the name of the crew?
It's free game.
Man, if y'all part of the free game crew, if Sean P is scared, that's all right. That's all right. If you want to cut this, clip this, send it to him, and just say, hey, Sean P, it's cool if you don't want to do Drake bars on D'Lo and Casey. I mean, Man Leak did it day one.
True.
Man Leak ain't scared of nothing.
True.
Young Zell popped this whole thing off. Like, that's all right. Sean P, if the stage is too big, if them lights is too bright. But that's all.
Lights.
They can get you. Sean P, it's okay. You still the fashion icon of Sacramento. But I keep dropping these notes on Twitter. He ain't responding. I don't know what to think.
Hey, even the homegirl Roz, faithful listener, she was like, yo, she hit him up like, yo, we need bars. No response. The phone just rung. Grab my best to find out the problem.
Lights are bright on D'Lo and KC, man. Not everybody's cut for it.
I think Sean P is, man. I think he is, man. You know what I'm saying? I just need to see him get in here, you know. But I think he is, but we ain't seen him.
I don't have any evidence to base that on. I've seen him rock before. I've seen him do fashion shows before. But the lights of D'Lo and KC, they're a little bit brighter.
I'm telling you, it's dim lights.
Hey, that's all right. That's all right. That's all right, Sean P. We got you. I mean, Mad Lee came in here and rep for free game. You know, so the crew is still strong with us. But KC, this is your moment, man.
Hey, man, you already know the vibes. Like I said, people thought I would slow down. People thought it was too much. You know what I'm saying? The Kings was winning too much. I'm never going nowhere. Never going nowhere. And last night is no different. Kings beat the Jazz 117, 115, 40. Hit my beat. Yeah. I had to get deep into the booth on this one. This one got crazy. De'Aaron Fox, Tomahawk Jam. Let's get it. Gave her all this love like I was Donnell Jones, but she says where I want to be. That's why she never returned home. Now I'm in this condo by myself all alone. Need to get off this couch and shoot a push-up Rashawn Holmes. 5 lost his mind, completely spazzed. 0.4 just wasn't enough, so sorry to the Jazz. But not really, no love, because they can kiss my... It is what it is, that's how it be like Raz. Whoa. I said it is what it is, that's how it be like Raz. Whoa. Yeah. You already know what it is. Let's go. Lauri Bird thought he had a game winner, but it was just a little too late. You suck, Utah.
I think
yeah.
I think Kenny might be issuing one of those Lizzo Beyonce apologies for the end of the day. I'm not positive, but I think one of those statements may be on the way. Let's get to Kamara before we dive into that final 0.4 seconds. 916-909-1320. Our man Kamara, what's happening, baby?
Oh man, no, I just wanted to call you guys, and it's been a while, so wish you guys a happy New Year. It's been a while.
Okay.
Happy New Year, Kamara.
Okay. All right. I'm glad you did, Kamara. But let's state this for the record. Final day to get this in is Friday. But after Friday, we don't need it. Happy New Year's over. Like it's done. So you got under the deadline, and that's okay. I'm just putting everybody else on notice. You see us on Saturday. We out at the Golden One Center. We out in Kenny's favorite booth at Morton's with Trista. No Happy New Year's. Happy New Year is over. You got till Friday to get it in.
I don't actually agree with that, because if you didn't speak to somebody within the next 15 days, then
you missed your window.
I don't know.
You just missed your window, because like if you say 15 days, like if you haven't seen somebody, like you wishing them Merry Christmas today.
Listen, real talk. Literally saying my New Year's doesn't start until January 9th. There are literally people saying they haven't started, like kids. Some kids go back to school on January 9th.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
What you mean your New Year starts on January 9th?
That's ridiculous.
That's some people who are saying like they're not ready to say, they're trying to get their life together, and January 9th is actually the real date. I don't know. It's not.
They had 365 years to get their life together. They don't need an extra 9 days.
Listen, man.
365 years.
365 years. I heard that.
I thought it said days. I don't know. I'm hanging out hostage. Being tortured.
That's all right. Kamara, what's on your mind? Hey, okay. Happy New Year, dog. And is it New Year or New Year's?
It's New Year. Singular.
Okay. I'm a broadcast journalist. I'm just asking questions. That's all.
Hey, I do want to say to Kamara too. Like I said, I was getting all the Christmas cards. It's all up on our, in our living room. Just once again, phenomenal, beautiful family. The wardrobe was phenomenal. I mean, Kamara's out there looking like $1 million with the double breakfast suit. I mean, big ups to my man Kamara.
Oh yeah.
I'm not poor for it, not poor, but it's all good.
There are some people that are house poor. Kamara's clothes poor. He's drip poor. That's what it is.
Oh man, listen. I know you guys got a lot to talk about with tomorrow, or with last night's game, and then tonight. I do have some things, and I think you guys can just talk about over there. I feel like these games are great litmus tests for the Kings. Like games against Memphis Grizzlies is fascinating, but you can tell, because Memphis has actually been there before, not been there, but like been in the playoffs. There's a little more seasoning with that squad. This year, I think the Kings are like maybe a year or so behind as far as Memphis, as far as being able to rise to the level and continually compete. But games against teams like Utah, you start to get a feel like, okay, they should be able to like compete well and have control of these games. I don't know if the record is of teams over 500. I think it's.
We had kept track of that for a while. It's really good. I mean, that's they're the so-called teams that they're supposed to beat, which is obviously a stretch line. But yeah, they've been good against those squads.
I'm talking about over 500, not under.
Oh, over 500. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I don't know that.
It's like they were like 9 and 13, I think.
Yeah,
like
it was something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. So the teams that are like quote unquote above them as far as seasoning or better, more equipped to compete. Like I want to, it's good to see every once in a while how do they raise to that. But teams like, let's say with Utah that are around 500 or below, feel like they should have more control over the game, and which they showed these last two matches. Even though they came down to the wire, you really feel like, okay, you should be able to beat a team like Utah because especially where you want to go. But I just want to kind of get your thoughts. I know you think about Memphis. Do you guys feel like Memphis is a team? Like, do you see the physicality, like how they're like just kind of like a little bit better as far as the way they control the game? Yeah.
But before you go, Kamara, in front of the world, give De'Aaron Fox his flowers.
Oh, no. De'Aaron definitely gets his flowers. De'Aaron's an all-star. I'm really, we know what I'm looking forward. I'm not looking at you folks. I'm looking past you. I'm really looking forward to seeing what De'Aaron looks like after he gets his first playoff series. I really want to see that because I feel like those type of things mature a player. We've already seen him take a step this year as far as leadership, but once you have that, I feel like players kind of raise their level in as far as performance. So I'm looking forward to, obviously finish out the season strong, get into the playoffs, and then seeing what that looks like at the level of maturation with De'Aaron and the team.
No doubt. Well, appreciate you, Kamara, man.
Take care, Kamara.
Yeah, and we'll get to the Memphis question as well. He says he's curious, what type of growth De'Aaron has following a playoff series. I'm very curious how De'Aaron is perceived after a playoff series, because I think that I think it's bubbling right now. Just bubbling though. It's not like here. Here it's out there. Nationally, I think it's bubbling a little bit. When that bubbling turns to a full-on inferno, I'm anxious to see how De'Aaron is perceived. I think it'll take a playoff. I think it'll take the stage is what we often talk about. The All-Star game could do it, but I think the playoff a potential playoff series will matter far more.
How do you think he would be perceived? Like, who can you compare it to? Like, I don't think he'll be looked at as like Ja, Steph, or Dame.
No, maybe not looked at as, but like things shifted for Ja after people like Ja Morant. And the Ja De'Aaron thing was a discussion until Ja's he accelerated his game in the playoffs. Yeah. And then the perception of him changed. And I mean, credit to him, the acceleration we saw in the playoffs carried over to the regular season. Like he played above what he did in the regular season in the postseason, took everything he did in the postseason and carried it over to the next regular season.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that ascended him to a superstar level, but it started or a greater level than he was already at, but it started in that playoff series. That's, I'm not going to, he's obviously not going to be Ja. He's going to be De'Aaron, but he's going to be looked at, I think, on that level if he does what those guys did. Donovan Mitchell did it. Like there's a number of players. It's the conversation we've had for years when we've watched these guys and we've been frustrated about the lack of recognition that De'Aaron sometimes would get after a big performance. And it's like, yeah, it's in Sacramento on a team that's won, 10 games at the start of, January, and no one cares. He's got to do it while everybody's watching. And it's clear to me he can do that.
Absolutely. One of the name, when I asked, for like a name, one of the guys that came to my mind, just being fair about it all, is like Kemba Walker. Remember, he was never looked at as like the best guard in the league, but people would talk with reverence when they talk about Kemba Walker and what he was doing in Charlotte. I'm thinking more so in Charlotte than when he got to Boston. But, Charlotte, he finally got to the playoffs. He got an all-star berth under his belt or whatever. And people were like, oh, Kemba's bad over there in Charlotte. they would start to have a certain level of reverence when they would talk about him. And I could see De'Aaron Fox being in that same boat. He may, it's up to him whether he excels past that and is looked at in higher regard. But I mean, if he's perceived the way Kemba Walker was when he was in Charlotte, that's not anything to sneeze at either. Kemba Walker was well respected around the league.
I love Kemba Walker.
Yeah.
I love Kemba. I hate that things have gone so south for him as a player, but I loved him in Charlotte and had very high hopes for him in Boston that unfortunately didn't pan out. Let's grab Ezekiel here. 916-909-1320. Zeke, what's going on, baby?
What's going on, buddy? How you guys doing tonight?
We good, man. We good. What's going on with you, bro?
Man, so I wanted to get in here and talk about the Kings and Hawks, but I do have a question for y'all, and it might be a little uncomfortable. All right. So feel no pressure to answer it. It's all good. But this is something that I've heard a lot of Kings fans talk about over the past year or so, and I wanted y'all take on it. So when it comes to the Sacramento Kings broadcast team, would you prefer Matt Barnes over Katie Christensen? And how do you think she does as a color commentator for the Kings?
I think just fine.
Yeah.
I think Katie's fine. I mean, I enjoy. I think Matt did 1 or 2 games.
He did 2 games.
Katie was under the weather. I thought he was fantastic.
And
I thought absolutely fantastic. But I don't have an issue with Katie Christensen at all.
I feel the same way. I think they're both good. Being able to hear both of them, I think they're both good at what they do.
Mm-hmm.
Katie's really good on the call, and the opportunity that Matt got when she was under the weather to fill in, I was like, damn, he's pretty good.
Yeah, I'd really like to hear Matt in an expanded role, Matt as an analyst, because he's just so he's just so chill. Like, he can deliver a message in a basketball message in its simplest forms, and I think that's one of the great characteristics of an analyst, because an analyst, like, sometimes I remember when Steve Young first started as a studio analyst, I didn't understand a word Steve Young said because he was so over my head with terminology and what was happening that he was trying to break down a play, a scenario, a call, and he was doing it in the way they do it in the locker room, not the way that someone like me and you and the people listening would understand. I used to just stare at him like, huh? Could someone dumb down what the analyst just said to me? Because I don't understand. I think Matt did a great job in those 2 games of just talking about what was happening in front of him. In some cases, why it was happening in front of him, experiences he had, and that's a good mark of an analyst for me. An analyst is all about preference, right? Like, it's all about, like, what do you? But broadcasters, radio shows, podcast hosts, they're all about what you enjoy listening to. And I like the way that Matt, I like the way that he worked in those 2 games. I thought he did.
I think Matt is great. I think he's gonna go somewhere and be lights out on some play-by-play content or some color content. But Katie, I'm not just saying it's just because I enjoy listening to Katie. I think she's really good at what she does. Like, really good, really insightful herself. Because she has that experience of being a professional and understanding what goes on in the court. And it's not just as simple as, oh, why didn't he get that rebound, or why didn't he get in front of him? There's reasons for it sometimes, and I think she does a good job of going into explaining why things happen, on the court. So I think they're both pretty good, man. It's not even a cop-out answer, man. I think they're both really good.
I also want to stall for, and I know not everyone is a fan of Katie, but I'll stall her out in one sense for those that don't maybe not be the biggest fans. It has to be incredibly difficult for her to work with 2 people with 2 different styles, like Mark and working with 2 different play-by-play people is really, really difficult. Mark is one of the very, very best in the business, like, bar none. That's why he has the position that he has with ESPN. He is one of the very, very best at his craft. I believe Kyle is too. And I've always been nervous about this arrangement because I've always looked at Kyle like we're going to lose Kyle to a team that's going to have him do a game, do games for 82 and not 40 or 50 or whatever he does here. But from the regards of that's really difficult for an analyst. Like analysts will tell you, you establish a rhythm and a flow and a vibe, and no matter how many times they do it, like they have a back-to-back tonight. I have no idea who's on the call tonight. I assume it's Kyle. But if it was Mark, it's going to be in a completely different type of game than she had last night. So that's tough. Like, and I always keep that in mind when I'm listening to a broadcast is they're changing the lead announcer on a very regular basis. And that has to be very tough on Katie, who's the one who's there every day.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I thought about you over the weekend because I was listening to something. I was like, Davion probably doesn't like this. What did you think? I didn't have a problem with it. I thought he was pretty good. What did you think of Mark Sanchez?
Oh, I didn't mind it.
Oh, because he would always like there's like as the plays develop it.
I don't mind that as much on television. I think it's really bad on the radio because on the radio, you can't see it. Like Mark Sanchez is reacting was reacting the way like we might at home. I don't have as big of an issue of that as long as he's not making the play-by-play thing sound terrible. I don't know that I'd want to listen to him like over and over and over again, but I didn't mind it.
The guy was like, "Oh, Purdy with the screen to McCaffrey." Oh,
I mean, Doug did that.
I like it. I like all that. I do. I like all that. I understand what you're saying, but I like all that stuff when the color guy, kind of, bounces in there a little bit.
Just put this in your back pocket as the weekend approaches. LeBron James is listed as out tonight versus Miami due to a non-COVID illness. So keep that in the back of your mind as the Sacramento Kings game this weekend against the Los Angeles Lakers approaches.
He ain't got to play on
now. On to Kenny Thomas. What do we?
My boy Kenny. We keep saying we got to get Kenny on the show, man. That's my boy.
I want Kenny Thomas on this show. it'll be an adventure. I need Kenny on the show. I don't want to disregard what Kamara was asking about Memphis. I think he was asking if we thought Memphis was like how they matched up with Sacramento, and perhaps more specifically how Sacramento matched up with them, given that Memphis is very likely a contending team in this conference.
Yeah, I think Memphis is a tough matchup for the Kings right now. And Wilsey kind of talked about it a little bit, but maybe he has different reasonings for feeling this way. But I think they are a tough matchup because of the size. I think it's a tough matchup in the paint for the Kings, to keep them off the boards. Obviously, we saw that. But, even scoring inside, with Jaren Jackson and Steven Adams. And I like Brandon Clark when he's in there too. They can push the Kings around in the paint. And that's something that will worry me going up against Memphis. They're super physical on the perimeter as well, and they're tough. But the Kings, 2 out of the 3 games at least, I guess by the time we saw the real Kings, we didn't see the real Kings the first time they played Memphis. But by the time we saw the real Kings the last 2 times on the road, they beat them one time, and they were actually going to work on Memphis. It was like a abnormal collapse at the end that made that game close. Like it was like a 12, 13-point win before they started falling apart in the last minute and a half, that first game. And then the other game the other day, they played well with Memphis. They played well. They just couldn't rebound, and that was really their Achilles heel.
It was tough, yeah. It felt like the offensive rebounds were going to be a discussion again last night. The good news about the Memphis Grizzlies and why that matchup is so difficult for Sacramento is, please correct me if I'm wrong, there's probably not another team in the West like that. Like because
New Orleans maybe. New Orleans maybe with Valanciunas and Zion.
Valanciunas. Okay, that's what I.
And,
Okay,
yeah, they and who's the Jackson? I think it is. They got some guys inside that could hurt you.
There aren't as many guys as strong as Steven Adams is, and he if there's a way to, I don't know if the words neutralize or combat or wear down Domantas Sabonis, like he's one who can just use his toughness to where for 3 quarters you're fighting it out with Steven Adams and be pretty banged up when that 4th quarter comes around. And in the case of Saturday's game, Steven Adams got his hands in. I don't know if it's for a fact every offensive rebound, but I'd be stunned if any other Memphis Grizzly got an offensive rebound besides Steven Adams, because it felt like he was getting them all.
And you know what? It may not ever even matter, but I think the Lakers, when fully healthy, they pose some size problems.
Really?
Yeah.
With Anthony Davis.
Right. Anthony Davis. You come off the bench with Thomas Bryant. You got LeBron in there as well, who's a power forward essentially, and even Russell Westbrook,
Gabriel,
big guard. Gabriel, yeah. When you're great when he plays.
And I think that's one thing we talked about at the last Kings game at the Golden One Center. Russ didn't play in that game, and that's because I think one of our big discussions was points in the paint, and you're going to lose points in the paint when Russell Westbrook's not playing, because he is phenomenal at that, at getting to the basket.
But like we said, Kings might not have to worry about them at all.
No, they very well may not. They're going to have to worry about them on Saturday, but we've got a game before that, and it's the Atlanta Hawks. So we'll come back. I had mentioned this crazy D'Lo Casey Will Z stat check that we want to throw at you. So we'll do that. Phone lines are still open for you, 916-909-1320. We'll talk about the final 0.4 seconds and how we all felt in that brief moment in time. And Davion Mitchell. I think we need to have a conversation about Davion Mitchell.
Dog.
We'll do that. D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Damn, Kansas State put up 116 on Texas last night. Jesus.
Yeah.
In regulation. You don't ever see those kind of numbers in college basketball. 116. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, we'll talk about this Michigan Wolverines. I got that in my notes. We'll star that and bring it back. Oh yeah, Jeff Hardy rules. We'll get that too. We'll get that too. Defensive player of the game. I think he played like 9 minutes last night.
Because he can make himself a lot of money if he develops a 3-point shot.
Real. Like 7 minutes.
How old is he? He's got to be relatively young, right? Like 23, 24.
KZ Okpala, Nigerian born.
23.
23 years old. Well, screw you for getting it so quickly.
He'll be 24 in April, though.
Man, that's Kings might want to stay locked into that. Because, like Jesse said, if he could develop a shot, it ain't even got to be nothing serious. Like be able to hit the corner 3 all the time.
Yeah. That's funny. That's a funny line, Dr. David. That's a funny line.
Is that in the show?
No. He's remember when they asked LeBron about the Malcolm X book?
That's right.
What have you learned, LeBron, in the one page that you read? That's not what he said.
Oh no, he said.
Yeah, bro.
He took it back on us.
Like, bro, like, come on, man. What are you, 70? What are you, James Baldwin, LeBron James Baldwin? Stop it.
He took it back on us. He took it back.
He's never gonna watch The Office. I'm saying we should got to put together like a 10, 15 episode list for him. Just to watch these and you'll be good.
I agree.
I mean, I don't know. It's not. There's no convincing. I like the show.
What would be your number one pick? Like, like if you had to pick an episode of The Office, like Kenny's got to watch this one. What would it be?
Give me a second.
I mean, the one I always hear about, even though it's cringeworthy.
Oh, when Stanley has a heart attack, those little two or whatever.
Oh, okay. When Stanley has the heart
When they
attack.
do the CPR.
Stress relief.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
is what that one is called.
Scott's Tots. I might watch Scott's Tots tonight.
Oh.
Good luck.
That is tough. This is the one that I thought would come in a lot is Dinner Party. The Dinner Party one is very good.
I was listening to the morning roast yesterday, and they were trying to Vontae said he was gonna watch Star Wars, and they were trying to say oh, this is where you should start or whatever. I'm glad y'all know better in this chat. Not doing it.
I told Kyle I was gonna try to watch Star Wars before their wedding, and it never happened.
No.
When Dwight found the weed in the parking lot. That's a good one. Y'all aren't even
I watched the basketball episode.
Yeah, y'all ain't even mentioning some of my favorite episodes. Officially. So I actually saw this on Comedy Central because I'm stunned that they still air it. And there's actually words in that episode that they blank out. Hang on. Live on Odyssey app, live on 1320 AM, 98.5 FM HD. You can watch the show on Twitch, YouTube, and on Facebook Live as well. Wherever you're choosing to hang out with us, we greatly appreciate it. Let's check in with the D-Lo and KC and Will Z stats from last night. You want 12 plus 3-pointers at 9. 12 plus made 3-pointers at 9. Assist, I always I go 27 plus. I want it as close to 30 as you can get. At 23. They lost the fast break point battle, 7-5. That's Will Z's stat. We were 0 for 3, and the Kings walked away with a 2-point victory last night.
1-0 when we're
single digit made 3-pointers. And the Kings got the win last night.
That's the first time this year, right? I think Brandon asked that question a couple nights ago, saying they're 0-10, 0-7 or something like that.
I feel like that's what it was. Yeah, I remember this conversation. Yeah, that has to be the first one. That's the first one.
And the funny thing about it was, I think all that ties into how I felt about this game as I was watching it. The first quarter, I thought they were balling. I thought they played really well. I didn't think they played good again until probably mid fourth quarter. I was very frustrated watching this game because it was right there for them to be up by 20, and they were throwing the ball all over the place. I didn't think they played very well for a lot of that game.
It felt like they had a chance to put them away and didn't. I thought they were okay in the second quarter. It feels like the third quarter was where they didn't. I don't know that they extended the lead in the second quarter, but the third was frustrating. And it became clear when they couldn't put them away. This is going to be a fight till the last minute.
Yeah.
And in this case, it was the last 0.4 seconds.
That was crazy.
Your initial gut reaction was what?
I think it's no good. I wasn't sure, but I think it's no good.
Last night, I was really confident it was no good because it felt like he had the ball in his hands for an eternity. And then I watched it back, and he did not. He absolutely did not. He he executed it as, I guess, as about as well as you possibly can in that situation. Like,
That
I
was
really
a hell of
don't
a shot.
I don't know in that situation how like you could do it any better. Obviously, it didn't count, but that's a borderline impossible task as it's set out by the rules.
Mm.
But when I watched it back, I was like, oh my God. Like then I was confused. Then I got confused because I was working on something. So, you know, the plight of a streamer, De'Aaron shot. I saw De'Aaron shot go in, and I looked at I had the computer open with my box score on it, and it said 17-15. So I'm preparing something, and I look up for the final play, and I see Markkanen's play, and I'm like, no way. But they were reacting in such a way like, no. The score on the official box score changed.
Mm.
But it changed to 17-17, 117-1, and I was confused because what was the final? The final score was 117-115. So I thought, okay, it counted, but his foot was on the line.
That was my first thought. I thought it was 2.
I don't think it was.
No, it absolutely was not. Like, that was a 3.
So like they updated it, but they updated it as if it was good, but they updated it as if it was good, and it was a 2.
Mm-hmm.
And then obviously, you know, they check the replay, and it's in his hands for a heartbeat too long, and Kings wind up winning.
I guess that was the first thought I had, right? Was like, I don't think it's good, but at the very least it's a 2, right? And then I didn't really look at the feet on the replay because I was trying to see if it was good or not. And I was like, oh, no good. And then later in the night, I'm watching it again, and I look at I was like, that was a 3. Like, that was clear as day behind the line. Lauri Bird did it again almost to the Sacramento Kings, and that was a hell of a shot. That was a great pass, great catch, great shot. I'm just glad it was a tad late.
Yeah,
0.4 wasn't enough. I told you. I said it in Drake bars. 0.4 wasn't enough.
It wasn't. You gotta catch it on the run like Derek Fisher did, or you're not going to be able to do it.
And then De'Aaron was talking about, and I could be wrong. He said 0.4 has to be a tip-in. I thought 0.3 had to be a tip-in.
Yeah, I think
0.4.
I think De'Aaron misunderstood. I think it's under 0.4 you can't catch.
Mm-hmm.
It could be 0.4 and under, but I mean, Derek Fisher shot it.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think there's ever been a question whether that shot was accurately called or not.
Yeah, he got it off.
The number one thing I was watching was like, when these timekeepers start the clock. My man caught it, turned, waved at somebody in the crowd, and got the shot off. And then I watched it. I was like, nope. I think everybody did this perfectly.
Well, the thing about it, I think our guy Cameron Salerno was talking about, and our other guy, Lauri Murray, pointed out that it should have been 0.6 on the clock. Like, they let it run a little bit after, like just a little bit after Fox's shot, and it should have been like 0.5, 0.6. And if it accurately was supposed to be that, then it would have counted. And they would have lost. What a heartbreak that would have been.
Wow.
Oh, hey, if we're doing should have been, would have beens, we shouldn't even been in that situation. Offensive foul on Lauri Bird on that 3-pointer that was called a foul on Keegan Murray. Poor Keegan.
Yeah, absolutely ridiculous. I'm searching for. I think NBC Sports. Oh, here it is. This is tremendous. This is Domantas Sabonis's reaction to the Markkanen shot at the end. So give me just like a heartbeat, and here's Domas in the postgame.
You think that Markkanen shot was good at the end?
Well, it was 0.4. Once I saw him catch it with his back to the basket, I didn't even worry because I was like, he has to catch it and turn around. You know what I mean? And I was like, whatever. But then, we're the Kings. And I was like, well, we might have lost. So, but thankfully it was ruled off.
It's just the best line ever. Well, we're the Kings. We might have lost. Watching this back, that is just an incredible shot.
That shot was
Yeah,
sick.
Markkanen's shot was good at the end.
Just
Well, it was 0.4 once I saw him catch it with his back to the basket.
goodness gracious.
I didn't even
Just couldn't
worry.
have done it any better. Look at where the
That
clock is
was
at right
sick.
now.
because I was
Point
like, he
two,
has to
point
catch
one.
it and turn it.
Oh man,
That
Good
shot was sick. Man.
gracious.
Hey, Lauri Bird, as I like to call him, that boy can play. But you know, I always liked him, even at Arizona. I was like, yo, this guy can go. And I remember I was having discussions with a couple of my basketball friends, and they was like, man, he ain't gonna do nothing in the league. I was like, nah, Lauri, he can score. Then he got to the league and he was balling with the Bulls. And his issue, it seems to be in his career, has been he hasn't been able to stay healthy. You know, he's always hurt. And luckily for him, he's been healthy this year, and he's hooping. He is hooping. That guy, I don't know what you do with him sometimes, you know, being that size, being able to shoot that well. And he can also put it on the deck a little bit too. He's a matchup problem for a lot of people.
Let's get our brother Herbert in here. 916-909-1320 if you want to get in on the phone lines. Herbert, what's happening, baby?
Hey, what's up, D-Lo? What's up, KC?
What's up, big dog? How you doing, man?
Oh, I'm good, man. I'm probably gonna be all over the place because my head it's just crazy. Kings balling, Niners balling. Every game is like it's like playoff games in G1C every night. Man, it's crazy.
It is.
Yeah, I guess that's all. I guess that's it. Herbert wanted to tell us everything that's going on in his brain right now. That's all right, Herbert. That's all right, man. It's fun to be a sports fan. I mean, shoot, if you're a 49er fan and you had the weekend that you had,
woo,
and you're a Kings fan, and 3 of these last 4 games have been final possession games.
Jeez. Goodness gracious. It has been crazy, man. And you know, and the way these games are closing out, it adds to the lure of this season, I believe. You know what I mean? Like I'll take it if they want to blow everybody out and make the playoffs. But like these dramatic finishes, I think yesterday I talked about the Herder shot on Friday and said it was like one of the defining moment. I forgot what I said. Defining moments, great moments of the season, all this other stuff. It feels like they've had like 3 or 4 of them. Like there's that shot. I thought the Pistons game, it wasn't like a final shot, but when Herder hit the corner 3 to like give them a 4-point lead or something like that, that place went ballistic in that Pistons game. De'Aaron Fox hit a little mid-range that game. They went crazy. The Warriors game. Like they've had a number of these different moments this year. And it just adds to the lure of this season, I feel.
You're using the word lure, and I know what you mean by that. I think it's adding something else to the season. I think it's battle testing this team for, you know, because we talk about, you know, you hear NBA people talk about how the beginning of the season is different than the end of the season. The end of the season is different than the postseason. Like there are these like different eras that the Kings are going to be playing in within a season that are all going to be new. And the fact that they're winning tough games like this against good teams, against a team like Utah, who's clearly fighting for something. Utah, everyone needs to collectively admit that they were wrong about Utah.
Shout out to our guy, William. He told us opening night.
Hey, he absolutely did. He said that this team is going out there and they're trying to win games and they're going to be all right. Now, I think they're at 5 losses in a row right now. They've certainly come down to where they were earlier this season. But this isn't a team actively trying to lose games. If that changes in March or February, like, so be it. But right now, everyone has to acknowledge they were wrong about Utah. That's a team fighting for something. You got Denver. Is Denver still the top team in the West? Yeah, they are. You just had 2 games. with them having games like this it builds something within the team, whether it's character, whether with calloused hands. That might be what the Kings are doing with these close wins, and the fact that they're playing in the clutch at a high level, the way that they are.
It can, to me, it can only help. And it helps with, you say battle tested, and I agree with that. It breeds confidence that every time you're out there, no matter what the situation is, we can come back and get this. It goes to like that Washington game we were talking about. This is an 18-point game in the fourth quarter. I think the Kings, I think everybody in that building was like, we're just like 2 threes away. We're 2 threes away from putting pressure on them, and we'll be able to turn this thing around. Like that's what this team has fostered with a lot of these exciting close wins. So
Cavello asks, what's different with the Kings compared to other teams that have started hot but fell back to earth? The Kings have, I think, for the most part, been consistent. They started, like, when you think about how the season started with the 4 straight losses, and then eventually they wind up with the 7 straight wins, that like evens things out, right? And then you just kind of go from there. They've been the most consistent of the group. They've, it goes back to the last week or the week before, whatever it was, the frustration in the Hornets Wizards games, and that they just hadn't had very many of those. Like, it's one thing to get blown out by the Boston Celtics. It's another thing to appear not even to come out and play versus the Charlotte Hornets or the Washington Wizards. Like, those moments haven't really happened. Like, you saw what happened to the Celtics last night.
Oh my gosh.
The Celtics got just embarrassed by the Oklahoma City Thunder. And point in me saying that, though, is it happens in the league. It's going to happen to the Bucks. It's going to happen to the Denver
Nuggets. The Bucks the other day. They lost to Washington the other day.
That's right, by a good chunk.
Yeah.
Which explains, I guess, why Giannis was so pissed last night.
Yeah, I don't think Giannis played that first game either. He said, all right, I've had enough of this.
And the Kings just have been consistent and just kind of kept themselves right there in the midst of the Western Conference.
The other reason, in my opinion, Damian, is they're good. Like, the Kings are a good team. And I think that the fact that they have a good complement of guys around their 2 all-stars has proven to work out, just fine. And then the fact that they have these 2 all-stars.
Yeah.
We always talk about it. It's the elephant in the room. There's no getting around it. But this trade to get Domantas Sabonis in here, it's worked out perfectly. Perfectly. And if we're being honest and being fair, it's worked out perfectly for everybody involved. Indiana's having a heck of a season as well. I thought they were a bottom 5 team in the league. And look at them. They're about 3 games over 500, playing really well. Tyrese is probably making the All-Star game. So to get a guy like Sabonis in here, it's done wonders for everybody involved. Everybody involved. It is done wonders for De'Aaron Fox. It's done wonders for Kevin Huerter, Malik Monk, Harrison Barnes, put him in the right spot. Keegan Murray doesn't have the pressure of having to carry a franchise in his rookie year or be close to carrying a franchise in his rookie year. It's been a perfect situation.
And a big part of that, and as great as Domas has been, who, by the way, I was about to make a joke that Domas is getting the Harrison Barnes treatment. We're, an hour and some change into this show. What time is it? We're past 1 o'clock. We're 64 minutes into this show. Domas had 21, 14, and 8 last night. By the way, Harrison Barnes had 19 points. Harrison Barnes had 19 points and 8 rebounds last night.
That's crazy. 19 and 8 for HB. Come on, man. That's a super good game.
You're listening to D-Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lashes Elk Grove Dodge. Always live on the free Odyssey app. I don't want it to get lost with Domas, and we went over the numbers with Will Z, the kind of up and down numbers for Kevin Huerter, and what a difference that has meant for Sacramento and their stretches of the season. I'm gonna say this until the season is over. Mike Brown, man. Talk about Domas being everything the Sacramento Kings needed, and you're 100% right. Everything the Sacramento Kings needed. It's worked out beautifully. Tyrese Halliburton, everything the Indiana Pacers needed. Beautiful, perfect. Everybody's happy. Mike Brown ties this all together.
Hey, man, you
that entire coaching staff ties it all together.
You said it definitively when we were going through all the search and who would it be and the 3 candidates or whatever, and you said it definitively. You said Mike Brown is 100% the right hire for this team. 100% the right hire. Then you were spot on. We got a number of different guys, Sabonis, Fox, all this other stuff. But Mike Brown may be the straw that stirs the drink with all of this, man. Like his energy, his insight, his leadership, and the way he's understood the personalities with this team and the DNA of this team and navigated the waters perfectly. I don't know if anybody else could have done. We talk all the time about, or at least I do, like, or James does as well, Luke Walton, and how he didn't have any players, like he didn't have this roster or whatever. I don't know, even if Luke Walton, he might have been better with this roster. I don't know if he could do what Mike Brown has done with this group. You know what I mean? It's not always just, oh, you have better talent, so you'll look like a better coach. Sometimes you got to navigate the waters a certain way. And I think Mike Brown has done it to perfection.
He definitely has. And I loved De'Aaron Fox last night talking about, and I think they each talked about it. I think Mike Brown started the conversation, but Mike was talking about calling plays for De'Aaron Fox or calling plays there in that fourth quarter. And De'Aaron essentially kind of waving them off and changing the call, saying, I think we've got something else here. Let's try this. And because we hear how detail oriented Mike Brown is, and we hear from De'Aaron Fox's own words how important structure is to him. For them both in the key moment of a game to recognize, hey, I think I have a better idea than this one. Mm-hmm. Let me try it. And Mike mentioned that De'Aaron did that on a number of occasions in the fourth quarter. And you see what that turned into. The 9 of 10, the 22 points, and finishing at the basket so regularly in that final quarter, even on that final possession.
Yeah.
That speaks to both of those guys. It speaks to Mike Brown and his willingness to back away a little bit from what we've heard so much about him and allow his star player to be a star.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that was beautiful. It obviously tremendous from De'Aaron Fox. Beautiful work from Mike Brown as well.
Yeah. Sometimes you just gotta. And Mike Brown has done a great job of this. And this is something that, maybe he's learned as a coach, like he's grown as a coach from his past stints. Sometimes you just gotta feel the game. You can't stay with the game plan. So
the clock, yeah.
Yeah, like you gotta feel the game. He's done that a couple of times with Sabonis. Sabonis gets 2 early fouls. Sometimes he takes them out. Sometimes like, nah, I need you, big fella. You gotta learn how to play with these fouls. And it's worked a couple of times. And like you just mentioned, late in games when Fox sees something, Mike Brown having the trust in De'Aaron Fox. And the other thing about that is sometimes you got to do that, right? You got to say, hey, Fox, you see something, I'm going to trust you. And it may work, it may not work, but it's a learning experience. It's a situation where you invest in this leader that you're trying to foster. You invest in him right now so it pays off later down the road, because maybe Fox will see something down the road and be like, I remember I read that wrong last time. I know how to handle it this time, or I read it right, whatever the case may be. And it's all a testament to Mike Brown.
Let's hear from Mike Brown.
I still am amazed at how hard that man plays every freaking possession. He doesn't take a possession off. And when you have that from one of your best players, if not the best player, it's contagious.
And that's Mike Brown talking about De'Aaron Fox right there.
Yeah. It's a great marriage, man. It's a great marriage. Did you catch that the show with Mr. and Mrs. Fox afterwards, and Reese talking about like she like loved Mike Brown?
I didn't realize that was on last night.
Yeah,
I know they had been teasing it, but I didn't realize it was on last night.
Yeah, right after all the broadcasts or whatever. She talked about when she was working with the Warriors, like, you know, KD, Curry, you know, Clay. All right, cool. Those are players. I see players all the time. But growing up, she, you know, watched a lot of LeBron James, and obviously Mike Brown was the coach. And when she met Mike, she's like, oh my gosh, that's Mike Brown. Like she was tripping out. And for it to all come full circle where, you know, Fox is now being coached by Mike Brown and they're having success. It's a great thing to see.
I'm sure it'll air 470 more times on NBC.
Oh yeah, because Keegan came on right after that for the 94th time.
Oh, good.
Hey, have you seen the Arco farewell with set your DVRs? You don't want to miss it because you can't miss it. It's on all the time.
It's just like, wow, why don't you NBC Sports California? Why don't you put on D-Lo and KC?
Hey, come on now.
Put D-Lo and KC on. Like reach out to Stacey Kaufman here and let's get something cracking, because y'all just airing the same thing over and over again. In this instance, it'll work in my benefit because I'm very positive it'll be on following tonight's game.
Absolutely.
It might be on before tonight's game. And I can catch up on that.
It was good too, by the way.
Oh, I bet it was. Yeah.
Shout out to the Foxes. I don't think they're leaving Sacramento ever.
I like
if they have it their way.
There's a couple of other things I'd like to talk about as it pertains to the game last night. It's funny. We've just barely referenced like the performance from Harrison Barnes, just barely referenced the performance from Domantas Sabonis. But can we talk about two players, the defensive player of the game in KZ Okpala, and that menace to society, man, Davion Mitchell. Like Davion Mitchell's defensive highlight reel is getting very lengthy.
You mentioned Menace Society. We might have to change his nickname from Off Night to O-Dog.
O-Dog, yes indeed. I'm with that.
That might be his new nickname.
We'll come back. We'll talk about these two defensive studs. When we return, we'll dive into some other notes in the NBA. We got some 49ers conversation as well. James Ham's going to join us here today. Plenty more ahead. Phone lines also still open for you. 916-909-1320. It's D-Lo and Casey on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Got that spotlight treatment.
I saw the light change. I was like, okay, man, somebody
Elias.
Elias. Hey, Jesse, is Eddie still with us?
Nah, he's out.
Oh.
I didn't even see that text come in, to be honest.
I wonder because that might have been my uncle. Uncle's Eddie Harris.
Yeah, it was.
It was my Uncle Eddie. Uncle Eddie.
Tell Uncle Eddie, sorry. I just didn't see your text come in.
Shout out to Uncle Eddie, man. He's Richard. You know what I do like about New Year's and like going out and, you know, the parties and stuff like that? I like that people get dressed up. I do enjoy that. I don't know when I'll experience it again, but
I did see this, Russell. Mercedes Moan is back. I did see that.
You ever watch one of those Wrestle Kingdom shows?
Mm-hmm.
So
Sasha debuted on New Japan Pro Wrestling this morning.
Really?
Wrestle Kingdom. It's their biggest show of the year.
So she's not coming back to the WWE.
Nope. I mean, not now. I'm sure it's a short-term deal. I'm sure it's like dates, like when you book New Japan, like you kind of book it for days. So I'm sure they've got kind of a program built out, and they'll go from there.
So it's funny because I kept seeing this on my timeline, and I kept seeing like it was like, thank you WWE, from this lady's Mercedes Varnado. And it's like, thank you, Vince McMahon. I was like, I just kept scrolling by. I was like, who is this? And is it being retweeted? Like, I don't follow this. Who is this? And I had no idea it was Sasha. I follow Sasha, obviously. That's why it kept coming on my timeline.
Sasha. Yeah, I want to watch the Kenny Omega match. These can be tough because they go on forever. Wrestle Kingdoms go on forever. Well, pay-per-views now go on forever. Yeah. But I want to see that Kenny Omega match.
Did you see Shannon and Skip?
Yeah. I mean, I saw the open.
That's all I
watched. Yeah, that's all I saw was from awful announcement.
I didn't watch the show. I just saw the clip. Yeah.
Shannon is too. If I didn't think Shannon was really good, I wouldn't care. Like, whatever, you're getting paid. Shannon is really entertaining and really thoughtful, and he deserves better than
to deal with that.
He deserves better than that. And I don't know. I just don't understand why every discussion we have in sports media has to be framed as a debate. Like, why can't you have a fucking conversation? Why is everything we debate? It like everything Skip was tweeting this morning, or everything he tweets during the show is a debate. No, we debate this next. Like, why?
It all started with Skip and Stephen A.
All started with the embrace debate. That's like, it's so tired.
It's like they took PTI and went, how can we make this worse? And that's what they've done.
That's exactly what they did. Because you look at PTI and, sometimes Mike and Tony, and they'll have a debate, but it's organic. It's not like we're trying to have a debate. It starts off as a conversation. And if they don't see eye to eye, then they'll go back and forth on it. And they
Tony, get your boy.
Yeah. No, that's the GOAT show right there.
Oh yeah, that's the one.
That's the only downside of having a show. Like the show doesn't hit the same now because of our day and like what we do, and it's all kind of outdated at this point. Like by the time I get around to watching it, I'd have moved on to that night.
I rarely ever missed an episode of that show. I remember Mike telling us the story one night. It was he was coming to cover a game in Sacramento, and he was kind of telling the story about PTI and like what type of rating they wanted and like how it grew, and how when he started PTI, he was still writing for the Washington Post. He was adamant, I just want to keep writing, because he didn't think the show was going to work. No one thought the show was going to work. And after a while, like the show not only worked, it worked right away, and it became a monster. And they were like, we want you to stop writing for the Washington Post and just be with us. And he goes, no, you'd have to make me an offer I couldn't refuse. They made an offer he couldn't refuse, and he quit the Post. They told him what the offer was. He was like, oh, okay. Yeah, no, that's fine. I'll wrap up there. I'll finish out business with the wife.
I'll wrap up.
I'll wrap it up there. You want me to quit right now? You want me to call now? Yeah, that's a game changer. Hang on.
Yeah.
Odyssey app, a great way to listen to D'Lo and KC on the go. Never have to worry about losing reception or whatnot. You can also watch the show on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook as well. Make sure you like and subscribe to all those places. If you're not following yet, on our various social media accounts like Twitter at ESPN 1320, Instagram at D'Lo and KC and at ESPN 1320. Go follow those, man. You know, it's new year, new D'Lo and KC, so we are cranking out content over on those, particularly those Instagram platforms. So make sure you are following those, man. Good stuff coming your way in 2023 for sure. Until I get tired.
Man, hey, get your applications in.
Then every time I get tired, I just pawn it off on Jesse. Jesse's got years of grinding in this business, so we'll just Just let him keep. Hey, just reminds me, I need to talk to Jesse after the show. I'm just kidding. I don't have anything to throw at you.
Jesse gonna be hosting at Ricky's this Friday.
705 J Street, downtown Sacramento. It's the world famous Club Ricky's.
Casey, hit the "What more do you want from me?" drop right now, please.
There we go. Hold on, I got you.
What more do you want from me?
Hey Jesse, would it be too difficult if you? Oh man, if we had a player of the game chain, Jesse would get it every day.
Oh, for sure.
It's just kind of the way it works. Jesse would get it every single day. And KZ Okpala, he got the defensive player of the game chain last night. I love these pictures that they post following the game when the player gets presented the chain. That's one of my favorite things that they do. That's legitimately right up there with the beam. But this is a dude who played 7 minutes. You talk about a guy who gets it, a guy who, as The Rock would say back in 1997, knows his role. And it's so cliche in sports for a coach to say you got to stay ready. You got to be ready when your number's called. That dude is legitimately always ready to go in there and do exactly what Mike Brown needs him to do.
Yeah, you said it perfectly. He knows his role. He absolutely knows his role, and he's ready to execute it, or at the very least attempt to execute it every time he's called on, every single time. You know what I mean? Whether he succeeds or not, that's a whole, he's a human being. We don't know. He may have a bad day or whatever the case may be, but he's always ready to execute his role. And last night, Jordan Clarkson, who's a bad man, he had him in a torture chamber. Jordan Clarkson, he got a couple buckets. I ain't gonna lie to you, but he was working. He was working, and he was trying everything he could to shake KZ, and sometimes he couldn't do it. I just think KZ Okpala, I don't know where it happens. I don't know where you make it happen, but man, it feels like he's got to be on the court. It feels like he's somebody that you got to throw on the other teams, score if they're hot or whatever the case may be, and at least give him an opportunity to try and turn off that water, because that's what he does. Jesse brought it up during one of the breaks. He said it perfectly. KZ's in line to make a lot of money if he can figure out how to hit one of these three-pointers, like a corner three, or overall if he just becomes a decent three-point shooter. If he can figure that out, he's going to get paid, because his defense is – maybe I'm biased. Tell me, Damian, I could be biased, but every time I see him, his defense is some of the best perimeter defense in the league. I have no problem saying that. In the league, he's that good of a defender.
Oh, I agree. He's very good defensively, and when he's out there with Davion as well, it's
dog.
Old dog indeed. Like I said, he was a menace to society. His defensive reel is getting very long. His defensive reel that is impacting moments late in games, like in clutch moments, in game-winning situations, that reel is getting he's going to have to get the Twitter subscription blue to get his reel out there so he could post the longer videos, man. He for me, and we'll talk about the bench scoring in a second, he hasn't quite, it doesn't feel like he's found his groove offensively this season. But defensively, particularly over the last, week and some change, man, he has been incredible. I mean, he's never faulted on the defensive end, like, period. That's not who Davion is. But it's been absolutely highlighted over the last 4 or 5 games or so.
Did you see that clip that was on Twitter where I forgot who it was. It wasn't a Kings, half court hoops. And they tweeted out the clip, and it was just this one possession, and they were like, "This is a pretty ridiculous defensive possession from Davion Mitchell." Did you see that one? I retweeted it. I quote tweeted. I was like, "My goodness!" But he guards everybody on the court from each side of the court. He guards everybody. Like, you talk about a menace to society. That defensive possession encapsulates who Davion Mitchell has been to this team. It is insane.
Think back in the think tank for a moment.
Mute this because we don't need to hear it, and I'm not sure if Twitter will throw us off of the stream for playing this. But yeah, we're playing the clip on the stream right now. That's absolutely incredible. He is literally guarding everyone on the floor. That's amazing.
And gets the rebound.
Absolutely amazing. But
it is nuts.
It's look, the right play, the switch twice.
And locking everybody up when he switches. They got nowhere to go.
And then somehow winds up in the opposite corner and then gets the rebound.
Yeah.
That's a bad dude, man.
Come on. And he's the type of guy, his defense is so good. He's the type of guy where, at least for me, you overlook whatever offensive woes or uncertainty he has. Like I'm trying to think. I don't want to speak out of turn, but I don't think I've ever looked at Davion this year and be like, I don't know. Maybe you got to, give his minutes to somebody else or whatever the case may be. No, whatever happens on the offensive end, you deal with that. And you just tell him, keep doing what you do defensively.
I love this call from Z Sickness here. Boxing Davion. That's
exactly what it was.
New defense. Mike Brown out there running a boxing Davion.
That's exactly what it was. That's crazy, man. He's a game changer on the defensive end, and he's a guy that you can stick on the other team's score, and there's not no help situation. Oh, we got to help. We got to, we got to hedge towards this guy. No, Davion's got him. And I'm gonna take my chances with Davion.
Yeah, the funny part is, about that game is you referenced earlier how you were a little frustrated after the first quarter. How you didn't feel like they played particularly well in the first quarter until the fourth. And one reason for that was their defense was really, as you noted, they were throwing the ball all over the place on the offensive end, but their defense was rough. Particularly, it felt like when Sabonis left the floor. They made a couple of changes. I think De'Aaron was out there with that group, and it was just rough. Davion was out there. It was just rocky, like it didn't work. And then I don't know what Mike said at halftime, but he said something, and their attention, the second unit's attention on the defensive end completely changed. They couldn't get anything going offensively. The entire second unit couldn't get anything going offensively, but we just mentioned 2 second unit players in or I don't know if you classify KZ Okpala as a second unit player, but a bench player, non-starters that had a major impact on the defensive end in a very, very, very close game.
You see, like in that, I don't know, maybe you saw the same thing I did, but in that second quarter, Utah they were getting beat, and they had lost 4 in a row. They got desperate. And they started to scratch and claw, and they started to get on the offensive boards. And I was watching that. I was like, again, guys, again, they're going to get beat up on the offensive boards. And to your point, that Mike Brown must have said something, because they kind of shut all that down in that third quarter sometime, where it was like, all right, like at the very least, if they do miss a shot, it's going to be one shot and out. One thing that bothered me a lot, that in the 2 games against Utah, how many times did the Kings get the inbounds pass stolen? It's like, bro, like this is what Utah's going to do. They're waiting for you to just throw the ball in recklessly, and it had to be like 5 times in the 2 games.
And I wonder if that's kind of in the book, if you will, for Sacramento. Because they're going to try to run, right? They're going to try to push. And I notice it a lot because they often do. I often get nervous that if you might have an official that's too attentive, because sometimes they like palm the ball, step a foot out, the other foot's like inbounds, and they just kind of fling it forward and get moving. But that's their desire to push. That word again, pace, get the ball up the floor as quickly as possible. And I wonder if it's in that book, like, hey, in the Kings, if you stick around when they're in, but they're going to make 1 or 2 mistakes during the game.
Yeah, I think it is.
They want to push so quickly that they might miss a different uniform lingering around.
Yeah, I think it is. I do think it's exclusive to Utah, though. I think Utah's the only one that'll stick around because they did it so many times in those 2 games that the Kings played against it. That's got to be their philosophy. Guy just kind of hang around. The other thing I saw Utah do,
or it's attentiveness by Will Hardy.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, I mean, I'm not. I'll tune into Utah tomorrow and see if they do it again. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
To get a feel for how often they do that.
The other thing that they did that we'll see if other teams start to do, though, that kind of stuck out to me, then I guess it really didn't matter because he was dominant regardless, but they would have anybody stop Sabonis from pushing the ball up the floor. So, like, say Sabonis gets a steal and his guy is Olynyk, and Olynyk is trailing. Usually you see these guys, Olynyk will try to bust it to get in front of Sabonis. Well, at a little past half court, Mike Conley will just jump in front of Sabonis and be like, we're not going to let you continue to run this fast break. And it worked a couple of times. Other times, they got rid of the ball earlier. They figured out some other stuff. But that's something that did jump out to me that, maybe these teams in the future are going to be a little more attentive to Sabonis getting the ball and starting to break on his own and try to get the ball out of his hands a little earlier.
The last 2-minute report is out.
Oh boy. What we got?
Let's see. I'm digging through. We're opening it up now. Let's see what's here. There is a lot going on. The first thing I noticed right away is it looks like the jump ball was an incorrect call.
It was.
It
wasn't anybody's.
They're acknowledging that. Yeah, incorrect call. Markkanen and Murray both came together as they pursued the loose ball and briefly became tangled up, and neither having control of the ball.
That was terrible. That was horrible.
Let's see. I'm looking for the foul.
The referees. I mean, I talk about this all the time. They're atrocious. They really need to be better. Really need to be better. It's an abomination how bad these guys are.
They called the Clarkson play correctly. The screenplay.
So here's the thing about that. If they want to say it's called correctly or whatever, and I know these are 2 different games and all this other stuff, but if that's the case, what's the difference? And I'm sure nobody really has the answer. What's the difference between that play and remember the offensive foul from De'Aaron?
Yeah. I don't know.
Same play.
I don't know. They say the Keegan Murray foul on Lauri Markkanen was correct.
What?
Keegan Murray makes contact with Markkanen's elbow during his upward shooting motion, and the contact alters his jump shot attempt.
What?
I told you they weren't going to do it. I told you there was no chance in hell they'd acknowledge they got it wrong.
What?
Wow.
Can we pull that up? Did he make contact with his elbow? Because I definitely didn't see that.
From what they showed, I don't see it. Like, I don't see. All you see is Lauri kicking his feet out in the most awkward, unnatural basketball motion in the history of professional sports. Not made by James Harden.
That's atrocious. That is terrible.
Wow, he really said that call was correct.
Wow. These people are crazy.
Wow. There's a bunch of correct non-calls in here. The Okpala call, we've already said that was correct. So that's the only one they got wrong was the only one they're admitting they got wrong was the jump ball.
Well, okay. All right. Once I'm with you and everybody else, why even have those stupid things? Like, why are we having these last 2 minute reports?
They say have them for transparency, but when you're no longer, you know what? Maybe Keegan did foul him. We just have yet to see the angle in which Keegan actually fouled him.
Like I said, I got to see it.
But I'm saying when you see Markkanen's feet do that, we'll pull up the clip here. We're on YouTube. It sure looked like Markkanen kicked his calf. That's how off that shooting motion was. Is I think he kicked Keegan Murray in the back of the leg.
He absolutely did. The right leg kicked out. Keegan Murray was doing what he was supposed to do and close out, but not close directly into the shooter, close off to the side. Then Lauri Markkanen kicks out. Now they're talking about he hit his elbow and all this other stuff. I didn't see that. And to be honest with you, if he hit his elbow, I feel like the kick happened before he hit his elbow.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the first foul. That's an offensive foul.
I don't know. That's tough. I don't know if I can track down that particular play here on Twitter, but I don't know, man.
I don't know.
Kings won. Kings won. That's all that mattered. I absolutely thought that they got that call wrong, and I did wonder if they would admit that they got the call wrong, and they didn't. You want to talk about Terence Davis for a minute? We talked about the struggles from the bench. I think scoring wise, the struggles. They scored, 8 points. Things weren't cooking for Malik Monk. Things weren't really cooking for Rashawn. Rashawn had a really, really difficult start to this game. When he got the call, he missed a pass from, I think it was HB, and then committed a foul on the other end. Like he was hustling, he was moving. He just committed a foul there, and I think that was, I think he had been in the game for a couple of seconds at that point.
He had the play where I think it was Monk or somebody dropped a dime to him, and he got caught pump faking all over the place, and then got the shot blocked instead of just going up and throwing the. It was a little frustrating early for.
That was like I think the Kings had numbers on that play too. It was just it was a rough night for the bench, but we haven't seen Terence Davis in a while. And Jesse noted, I think we've seen Terence Davis have the exact 5 minutes and 35 seconds since December 23rd. I think that's 6 games that we've seen 5 minutes total, grand total from Terence Davis.
Yeah, I don't really know what's going on with that.
Not sensational.
Not sensational at all. I think that what he brings to this team can help this team out, and bring another playmaker, bring somebody that's explosive to this team and to the style of play that this team has. It has to be, in my opinion, like you talked about with Metu. It's got to be something going on the practice court that Mike Brown isn't liking or isn't confident enough to put TD in right now, because I think he can help this team, and we've seen him help this team. So that's one of those things. I'm not sure, what the issue is with that, and we'll see if it continues.
Second night of a back-to-back tonight. I'm looking back. TD played 9 minutes, 8 minutes and 57 seconds when these two teams played in Atlanta, which was also the second night of a back-to-back. So it's not like he got ramped up, but in terms of minutes last night, it was 37 for Harrison. It was 37 for Keegan, basically 39 for Domantas Sabonis, 31 for Kevin Huerter, and 37 for De'Aaron Fox. That was the workload last night for the Sacramento Kings starters. And if everyone can rewind to that back-to-back with Atlanta, they were sluggish on that second night. Of course, they were on the road. Now, this is the dreaded Utah to Sacramento. Utah on the first night of a back-to-back. And remember, it had no ill impact on, I think it was the Washington Wizards.
No, not at all.
Or was it? Yeah, Washington or Charlotte. One of them came from
Washington.
Utah. Washington. It had no impact on them a week and some change ago. No beam for the Barling family, but little bit different of a circumstance here for Sacramento versus the last time they played Atlanta on the second night of a back-to-back. They're at the Golden One Center. Obviously, it was a tough, fought game that required big minutes from their starters, but we've seen guys like Malik Monk answer the call. We know that he can. I'm curious if Terence, gets a nod, because the question's always, where did those minutes come from? KZ Okpala's played well. Where's Terence minutes going to come from? Because you're certainly not taking Malik out. So it's tough to find a spot for him. But someone on that bench is going to have to get hot.
Well, one of the ways for him and others to get into the game is if, De'Aaron goes to 35 minutes or Herter goes to 28 minutes or something like that, and you find the minutes that way. It's a little easier said than done. You got matchups and things of that nature, but that's a lot of minutes for those guys. And I'm not complaining necessarily because I call for that a number of different times. Like, hey, man, these guys need to be out there a lot. But
should be pointed out, it was big minutes and big production.
Yeah.
None of those guys fell short.
Why would you ever take De'Aaron Fox out? He should have had a guaranteed 12 minutes because there's no way you're taking him out in the fourth quarter. So, Sabonis was balling. Herter was hitting big shots and things of that nature. So
Keegan played well, and we know that
Keegan played really well. Yeah. So you went with the guys that were playing well in a situation where, maybe I don't know if it's a must win. I don't know if I want to say that, but you wanted to get greedy. You had an opportunity to get one on the road in Utah, knowing that you're coming home for this back-to-back, and you can get a quick little 2 in a row here. You can win this back-to-back. So I don't have any problem with the rotations and the minutes that those guys played last night. But I feel if you're trying to get Terence Davis in there, maybe, like I said, De'Aaron plays 35 minutes. Like the combination of De'Aaron playing 35, Keegan playing 33, Herter playing 29. I mean, I don't even know what I just did. That's probably like 9 minutes right there.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So that's 9 minutes to give the Terrence right there. So yeah, that's how you get him in the game. But it's tough. It's tough.
For the record, De'Aaron Fox, fourth quarter last night, 11 minutes and 21 seconds.
What the hell was he doing? Sitting out for 40 seconds, I guess.
39 seconds. Mike Brown, you're going to have to answer for where De'Aaron Fox was for those 30.
It needs to be James' first question on the pregame press conference.
I know you guys won and you're on to Atlanta, but could you explain, particularly to the Chatty House, what happened to those 39 seconds from De'Aaron Fox?
We got to get James to mention the Chatty House in one of these questions.
Oh, we get
like
Sam gets here, we'll throw that.
Like, Mike, there's a lot of talk going around, maybe in the Chatty House that, Mike's gonna be like, what the
hell is a Chatty House? We'll come back, man. We'll talk some other NBA notes. Only thing left for De'Aaron Fox or Domantas Sabonis to do is to drop 50. Because that's just happening on a very regular basis in the National Basketball Association. It happened last night, and it's really frustrating that 2 of the 3 hottest teams in the league are in the Western Conference. Talk about those when we return here. It's D'Lo and Casey on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. 3-2 on the second night of a back-to-back.
It's a good number.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, their first 2 losses in back-to-backs. The second night was against the Hawks and the Warriors, and then they won the other 3.
Oh, very good. Okay. Oh, here she is. Trista Crick lands at noon, and she's coming straight to the studio.
Oh, it's lit. It's lit.
Oh, y'all don't want to miss Friday's show. Y'all do not want to miss Friday's show. It's Johnny G. You wild for that. That's funny. If y'all haven't if you're not following us yet on Instagram, like at D'Lo and KC, please go follow us. One, We need the followers. I think we're approaching 1,000. We need 20 more followers on the D-Lo and KC IG page. And we are. I swear to you, we're active on there every day now. We got reels popping off. Like we're grown-ups now.
We out here.
Go like us. Go follow us on D-Lo and KC's IG page, please, 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 and do the same thing with ESPN 1320. But really go follow the D-Lo and KC page. We're working hard over there. Oh, hit the like button also on hit the like button on YouTube as well. Shout out Kels916. I see you, man. Appreciate the follow. Beat Fleet DJs, what's good, baby?
Yeah, man.
We see you. Appreciate you, Beat Fleet. Let's keep those follows coming, baby. Let's keep those follows coming. Let's keep those likes coming. Oh, we got some more. Chris, I see you. June. Thank you, June. Waldo, what's happening? All new followers over at D-Lo and KC. Appreciate you guys.
They didn't flood it.
Let's go. That's what we need. We gotta go watch our reels. We're making reels, baby. We're making reels. Jordan. Is that Moshe McRib? All right, I'll take it.
Moshe McRib.
Aslo. Mikey. Let's go. There's 400 people watching. If you're not following us yet on YouTube, man, go follow us. Hit the thumbs up as well. Thana. Thank you, Thana. Thana_tree. Yo, we over there. Keep those. Sean, appreciate you, man. Thank you, brother.
Was it Sean P?
Wasn't Sean P? Sean P's missing in these streets. Thank you, Jessica. Jessica following us over there on at D-Lo and KC on Instagram.
What did you think of Lupe Fiasco? Just
Lupe.
I thought his first Food and Liquor, and then I forgot the name of the other one, the second album, though. I thought they were phenomenal. I thought Lupe was like, Lupe probably like in a different world is what we look at Kendrick like. He's that good of a rapper. The Cool. Yeah, that's right. Lupe is that good of a rapper. Yeah. He's unbelievable. But he's on some weird stuff.
Man, not a raindrop inside out there.
Bro, I just looked out the window. It's crazy.
The freaking sun is out. It's absolutely ridiculous.
These people, man. Come on.
Shout out to Christina Warner. If you're listening, I demand answers. What is going on? Shout out to Nick, Brian K, Robert, Angelo, Wizzo Mac, James, our man Sean Smith, Jessica. They're following us over at D-Lo and KC on Instagram, which we hope that you will do as well, at D-Lo and KC at ESPN 1320. Part of our job is to continue to grow those platforms, man. So we're pushing out content to both of those channels, at D-Lo and KC and at ESPN 1320. We are Sacramento sports leader for a reason. You're going to get everything you need right there. Same thing with our Instagram accounts. We have a little bit more fun with the D-Lo and KC Instagram account, or a little more fun with the D-Lo and KC Twitter account. But yeah, J-Lo, this Stormwatch 2023 is a bunch of garbage. I demand answers from Christina Warner. I swear I see the sun from here.
I knew Young Cole was going to get in here saying Kendrick's last album was not overweighted and whack. Stop it. Stop it.
You're back on the radio, by the way. Just a quick note. We're on the radio.
Oh, okay.
That's why I said, hold on. As Kenny is carrying on conversations from the commercial break. I feel like I have a commercial tone and a radio tone. And I guess Kenny missed my radio tone. He needed me to say 705 J Street, downtown Sacramento. It's the world famous Club Ricky's. The three hottest teams in the league right now. The Brooklyn Nets, which are just goodness gracious.
Wow.
Just absurd. They've won 12. Dallas has won 7 in a row.
Oh gosh.
And Golden State without Steph Curry, has won 5 straight.
Mm.
And those are the 3 hottest teams in the league right now.
Mm.
And it's like I think Dallas. What do we say they've won? They've won 7 straight. Dallas has won 7 straight, and they're 22-16.
Jeez, there.
And
it's
20-16 for context purposes. That's what the Kings are. They're 20-16.
It feels like every time I see the Mavericks schedule, they're playing the Rockets. Well, why do they get to play the Rockets all the time?
Well, the Kings get the Rockets next week. Not on ESPN.
No, it's not on ESPN. Shout out to my boy Jalen Green. Shout out to KJ Martin. You know, they got some good young ball players over there, but they're not ready right now. They're not ready. Mavericks.
Okay,
Mavericks play these guys all the time.
Sacramento is ready, and that game should be on national television.
Oh, I agree 100%. And they need to pay us what they owe. They need to make up for that. Matter of fact, you take one away, you add 2 more. You know, just add 1 to make up for that. You add 2 more.
There's interest on this repayment plan.
Absolutely.
That interest is an extra game.
Pay what you owe.
De'Aaron going for 50 plus this year?
He sure might.
Giannis had 55. Just 50 on an NBA night is just becoming particularly regular. Now, Luka's performance was far from regular. Donovan Mitchell's performance was far from regular. And Giannis's performance last night was just a reminder who the hell he is.
Come on, man. I saw something last night. I forgot what it was, where, you know, all these things going on and you know, Luka and Donovan. No disrespect to these guys are bad. Like, they are bad. And somebody tweeted out, you know, Giannis just had to let the people know what it was. I think in his last 3 games or something like that, he's averaging like 47.7.
Who's the 4th player? Who am I missing? Donovan, Luka, Giannis.
That went for 50?
Yeah, that went for 50 plus. Am I missing one?
No, I didn't think so. I think it was just those 3.
See Donovan Mitchell, the Cavs got hit with the PED test.
Come on, man. Come on, man. Oh, you're right. It was Clay. Thanks, guys.
Clay. Yeah. Clay in Monday night. Yeah. Right. Clay
got overshadowed because Donovan's 71 that night. But
I think everything that night got overshadowed because it was Monday night.
It was that too.
Yeah. I mean, and I actually, when I turned away from SVP and Ryan Clark, and we haven't said much about DeMar Hamlin today. There's not much to say. It sounds like bits and pieces of encouraging news is coming out, but nothing definitive, nothing official. I think they're being real careful to not. I think they're being real careful to do anything prematurely.
Yeah.
So information is coming out very, very slow, and I think very, very generic. But the little bit that has been released publicly has certainly skewed towards the positive, but that's why we just haven't mentioned it very much today. Cincinnati's coach, Zach Taylor, spoke today for the first time. The Buffalo Bills did not have any media availability today, and they didn't even practice. They went through like a walkthrough today and shut down all the media availability. So that's kind of, and they did announce, and I missed the time. Forgive me, but I know that the timing for Cincinnati's Sunday game has been announced.
I think I saw it at like 10 a.m. I think,
okay,
or because I saw it was 1 o'clock, but I didn't know Pacific or Eastern.
Yeah, it's 10 o'clock. So the last 2, the last games that needed to be scheduled have in fact been scheduled. I think the NFL will make a determination on Cincinnati and Buffalo once they feel like it's more appropriate.
Yeah.
Because I still have serious questions whether we see games on Sunday. I have very, very serious questions as to whether we see Buffalo play on Sunday. But, hopefully more good news continues to trickle out from the hospital in Cincinnati.
Yeah.
That's I obviously detoured there for a minute. I apologize, but that's kind of why we haven't talked a lot about it today. There just wasn't much to add to our lengthy discussions yesterday. But that's what the Klay Thompson game that night, I was locked into that following, watching Ryan Clark and Scott Van Pelt for a couple of hours. And that was it was a hell of a performance from Klay Thompson. I mentioned yesterday, watching Warriors Twitter just collectively lose it when Klay did not get the final possession of regulation, and it went to, I think it was Jordan Poole. That was fun. That was as fun as watching the game. Just watching Butcher Boy and Kyle Matson and Bonte Hill all react in real time to that.
Now I just saw the highlights and I saw a couple of different clips about that. But he did get the shot. And was that overtime or was that regulation?
Klay?
Yeah.
That was overtime.
Where he missed the corner three?
Klay did not get the final shot of
regulation.
He
missed the corner three and that was overtime.
Yeah.
When they were down 3. And Dante DiVincenzo hit the game winner.
Dante's been pretty nice for them over this stretch. He's added he's a Golden State Warrior.
Mm.
He absolutely feels like a Golden State Warrior.
Yeah.
Like he fits. It makes sense. That was a really, really good landing spot for him.
It's good to see. We talked about the trade and all this other stuff and Dante DiVincenzo. I don't have no problem with seeing, these guys landing in spots that work well for everybody. Dante, I know we all felt some type of way.
Don't go well towards Dante at all.
No, we all, we're like, dang, like we hoped he would come back, or what's up with that, him not coming back. Then he goes to the Warriors, and it's dope to see him out there contributing for that team and being a piece that fits with what they're trying to do, man. So he had a big shot the other night to help that team get a win and continue their win streak, and that's good for him, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Tonight, Phoenix and Cleveland. So that's an interesting one to follow.
I need Cleveland to do what they do.
Portland and Minnesota. Now there's a full slate of games tonight. I picked out the ones that have the most impact, most potential impact on Western Conference standings, because we're going to be watching these until the end of the season.
For sure.
I'm looking at the schedule every single night.
And look, I'm already looking and I'm seeing things in the standings. I'm seeing a little separation. As Damian might say, as Macho, a little separation. It seems just a little bit here and there.
I flied with the Eagles and I slithered with the Snakes. But everywhere in between. What?
No, that's gold, man. That is gold.
He had his thoughts on the Western Conference standings.
I look at the standings, man, and I'm starting to see some separation between where the Kings are at 5 and 10, right? And I think the goal has changed for sure for this team. Yesterday's goal is not today's goal. All right, they're trying to make the playoffs outright, but you look at 10. They're now with that win against Utah last night. They're 5 games in the loss column ahead of 10, which is Utah. That's a nice little sizable gap. And when I see that, I also think about 5 games in the loss column and think about how the Kings are playing. And if those teams like a Utah, Minnesota, OKC, the Lakers, they're the same right now. If they can win enough to, not can they, but how much it would take for them to win enough to close that 5 game in the loss column gap. And it's not insurmountable by any means. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying there is some separation starting to happen. And what the Kings are looking at and Kings fans are looking at, worst case scenario, this team should be looking at the 9 seed to give you 2 opportunities to get into the playoffs, potentially.
Steelo and KT here on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app. Boy, I chuckled as you were doing that. It's hard not to think about our conversation about Cleveland last year.
Well, that's why I say 2 opportunities.
We talked about the emotions that must have just, run wild, brother, for Cleveland fans last year. And, the Kings haven't seen first place in the Western Conference like Cleveland did for a fleeting moment. But they were a top 6 team for most of the season.
Mm-hmm.
And then they weren't.
Mm-hmm.
But they got to the play-in. And then it ended. And, man, it's hard to not think about that conversation when we look at the schedule and, they're 5 games ahead and this happened. And, there's separation and all these things happen. It's every time that conversation starts playing in my head, would you take the season the Cleveland Cavaliers had?
Yeah.
And it is like,
the answer is still yes.
Thinking, what did we say? Did we say yes? Did we say yes? Are the basketball gods like, oh, yeah? All right, pal.
Hey, man, like I said, though, yesterday's evaluation, yesterday's expectations are not today's expectations. All right. This Kings team is fighting for a top 6. They're fighting for a top 6, and I absolutely think they can do it. This situation with Devin Booker and Phoenix, that could be crippling for them. That could be crippling. That I still think, I think the 10 is about what it's going to be. Maybe Minnesota takes over Utah. Maybe the Lakers take over. I don't know. But at the very least, that 9
situation for Phoenix is crippling.
Yeah, not having Devin Booker. Yeah, that is tough. I feel like he's the guy they could not afford to lose. I thought they could play without Chris Paul for a while as long as they had Devin Booker. They don't have Devin Booker.
So I'm gonna ask you to expand on that a little bit, because part of the reason you feel that about Book or Phoenix is you think Chris Paul is cooked.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't think I would have said that. I don't think I would have disrespectful
to the Hall of Famer. Yeah.
But to answer your question, at the very least,
Paul isn't at the level he was at last year.
No, and at the very least, cooked to the point where he can't carry a team for 2 months. You know what I mean?
Okay, let's go, DeAndre Ayton. Come on now.
I don't even think that's enough, though.
And I don't think it is either. And that's where that's where the difficulties in contracts, in rookie contracts, and extending guys, that's where it comes into play, because you wonder, and we certainly don't know because we're not in these rooms, but you wonder the discussions that the Phoenix Suns were having, right? Is DeAndre Ayton a guy who can step up when Devin Booker is out? Is DeAndre Ayton a guy who could step up if Chris Paul is out? And now you've got a situation where Chris Paul feels like a little bit declined from where he was last year. You got Devin Booker out. I think Cam's still out.
Cam might be out for the season. Or no, not for the season. It's a long time though. He might come back in February.
And then you've got DeAndre there, a guy who you paid this offseason. And I'm sure the discussions, I feel like the answer to that hypothetical I just posed was no. But the way contracts, you couldn't really let him walk. You didn't want to, you didn't want to lose him, particularly for nothing. And this is a moment where, man, DeAndre Ayton's got to step up.
Yeah.
He's got to play big. He's capable of playing big. We know it. We see it. We've seen it. Is he capable of playing big for 3 weeks? I don't know.
Well, here's the thing about DeAndre Ayton, though, too, that I mentioned the year they went to the NBA Finals. They don't incorporate him like that. He kind of gets the scraps, and that's how he scores. And if you're paying a guy that type of money and you're asking him, hey, step up your game, we need to take this to another level, it should be we're going to run this offense through you. And I don't know if he's that guy. I think he has that type of talent, but I don't know if he's that guy for Phoenix. I don't know if CP3 will be like, hey, DeAndre, you getting 20 shots a night tonight. I'm giving you the rock. We're running this thing through you. I don't think that's how they play. I haven't seen Phoenix since Devin Booker went down. So somebody tell me if I'm wrong, if that's what they're doing actually. But they haven't done it in 2 years. I don't expect them to do it now.
Which is baffling to me because Chris Paul has made his centers a lot of money. He's made his bigs a lot of money. Every single one he's been through with for his entire career. And maybe he's already, forgive me, maybe he's already made DeAndre Ayton his money based on their performance together last year.
This is true. But that's the crux of the problem. CP3 will run the show to have DeAndre Ayton be the finisher. It needs to be, DeAndre, we're running it through you. You know what I mean? Like we're not sitting here saying De'Aaron Fox runs the show so Sabonis can eat. They run this thing through Sabonis, right? That's not what they do with DeAndre, and I don't know if they can.
Why can't it run through Chris Paul?
Because he's not good enough anymore. Because there'll be times when they take away DeAndre Ayton and Chris, you got to cook. He can't do it no more. He could do it when they went to the finals because he was still capable. Now I don't think he's capable of handling that load.
Who is there? They've lost to the Knicks, the Raptors, the Wizards in recent days. As a matter of fact, they've lost 6 of their last 7.
Rob W asked the question, do Monty and Ayton still hate each other? Probably.
I don't. There's no indication that they don't. I don't think Monty hates anybody.
No, I don't think he does either. I don't think Ayton hates him.
Might not love DeAndre Ayton, but I don't think he hates him. Good God, man. I looked to see who their primary offensive weapon was.
Mikal Bridges.
Mikal Bridges had 10. DeAndre Ayton had 12. Chris Paul had 11.
That's the other thing.
Washington had 10.
That's the other thing about that roster too. They paid Mikal Bridges, a good amount of money, which they had to do. That's the market. That's what it was. But he's not that guy. It's not like,
but that's not fair because I think you paid him to do something else.
Yeah, for sure.
He had 21. I guess they got the New York Knicks defense clamped down on him the other night. They played Toronto. They put up 104. Put up 104 is a weird sentence to utter. They scored 104. Mikal had 21. Chris Paul had 20.
And Mikal has played really well. Like I think he's stepped up his game this year with Chris Paul out and Booker. He's done all that he can do, but it's not enough to lead a team.
Ayton had 4 points in that game.
Oh my goodness. Oof.
This team may very well play itself right out of the conversation. Let's go. So, okay. And then the night before he had 31. He had 31 points before that. So here's the thing about that game. Here's the apparent thing that I'm looking at without that they can't score.
No.
They scored 83 points against New York, 104. I forgot who they played in the game I just referenced. 102 against Washington. DeAndre Ayton had 31 in that one. Chris Paul had 20. Mikal Bridges had 17. Excuse me. The only one who looks like they're producing off the bench is Dwayne Washington. Whoa, it just might not be there.
They don't have any playmakers. They don't have any playmakers. They don't have any guys outside of Devin Booker that can create their own shot. I guess you could say DeAndre Ayton. I think he's talented enough to do that, but that goes back to what I'm talking about. They don't necessarily always give him the opportunity. He gets the scraps. He gets the rolls, from pick and rolls with Chris Paul. It's not throw the ball to DeAndre on the block and let him go to work.
Monty's got to figure that out, man, or they might find themselves in a hole. It's not going to be because of the way the Western Conference is. It's not going to be something they can't kick out of, but it's going to be pretty damaging. I mean, they're at 20-18 right now. We're talking another 3 weeks or so, at best, another 3 weeks without Devin Booker. Of course, we found out yesterday that Zion Williamson will be reevaluated, in 3 weeks. That doesn't mean Zion Williamson is coming back in 3 weeks. It means he'll be reevaluated. The New Orleans Pelicans sit at 23-14 right now. They feel like a little bit more of a sound team than they've been in even as recently as last year.
Yeah, but the thing with them right now though is I'm not sure. Did they get Brandon Ingram back yet? Because he's still been out. And if he's out coinciding with Zion being out.
Brandon Ingram is not back.
Yeah.
I don't actually know the timetable for Brandon Ingram's return.
I heard something last week, and I can't remember what day it was or what the context was, but he was asked about, when he's coming back, and he says, I feel like I'm getting close. It's a little frustrating because sometimes you think you're right there, and then the next day you don't feel as good. Like it's, and I don't even know what his injury is. I don't even know why he's hurt, but it's one of those things where he probably thought he was going to be back already by now.
Oh,
still isn't.
I clicked on the longest article in athletic history regarding Zion's injury yesterday, because there was a note on Brandon Ingram, and this is like a Q&A thing. Any news on Ingram's recovery timetable? Ingram's extended absence continues to be one of the season's biggest mysteries. When we talked to him the other day, Ingram said he wasn't experiencing pain in the toe. He isn't at the point yet where he feels comfortable exploding off his left foot. He said he'll be ready to play once he feels like himself again on the floor. That didn't answer anything.
Our guy Scoop B tweeted out, Brandon Ingram still isn't practicing, but is doing more to build up. His return still has to be soon. So he's not even practicing yet. So they could realistically be, they're going to be looking at least a week without those two, possibly 2 weeks without those two.
I was going to say, I think it sounds like more than a week to me.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't know the way what I just read doesn't, and what Scoop wrote, that doesn't sound like Ingram's close.
No,
it sounds like they don't know what's going on with Ingram.
Right. That's what I'm seeing as well. And then it's a situation where if it's his toe,
not everybody can play with a broken hand.
Now, and did you see when DeMontis hit the spin move on Kessler, finished with the right hand? I was in my living room looking at the right hand. I was like, yeah.
You should have gave him the Booker T joint right there in Utah. I'm back. James Ham's going to join us here pretty soon. We'll dive into the 49ers a little bit, some NFL notes, and plenty more Kings Talk. Plus, phone lines. It's your show, baby. 916-909-1320. D-Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Man, watching the Pelicans will be interesting. I'm going to step out real quick.
Yeah, what you got to do? So I came across this video.
Keep those likes and follows coming.
Keep them up.
Thank you, guys.
Let's see if the sound is on. If it is, forgive me, guys. Bro, he never touched his elbow. This is the Keegan play. Last 2 minutes. Come on, man. Come on. He never touched his elbow. They're lying. They are lying. That name. Maybe we could show this on the show.
To be the front cover of every pro wrestling magazine in the world.
Whoa! Wait a second! Oh no, but Kyrie tried to position herself and just got dropped by Mercedes.
I don't know who was that that said that. That was weak though. That was a weak move by Sasha. Should have been way more impactful. Yeah, Filthy, we saw that. Yeah, LeBron out tonight, non-COVID illness. See what happens on Saturday. Oh, wow. Did you see that, Jesse? Oh, he's on the phone. Rafael Devers. Devers is a bad man. They had to do that. Much like the Giants had to get Correa, even if he has a broken back.
Yeah, the Red Sox don't get props for doing what they should have did.
The Giants get destroyed for not doing what they should have did. Yo, man, this ain't the 13th round, but one of the more disappointing careers in boxing history. Boo Andre didn't fight nobody. Nobody. People were running from him, but he could have took some fights, man.
Is that the dude who called out Canelo?
Yeah. That would have been a good fight, too. I want to see it. His problem, you know what Boo Andre's problem was? It's staying with that sorry-ass DAZN for so long. That's the problem. I wish my girl Alicia Bumgarner would leave them soon. Hell, go to Top Rank. I mean, I would like her to go to PBC, but PBC, for whatever reason, this is a check against them. They don't do women fights. And that's just bad business. That's just bad all the way around. So Alicia Bumgarner, at least go to Top Rank. Get off DAZN. That ship be sinking. He's a piece of shit. That's my thoughts on him.
Oh, 11 years, 331 million.
It's been a while.
It's the return.
Damien, I tagged you in the there's a clip of the Keegan play. Doesn't touch his elbow anymore.
Goodness gracious, man. Come on.
The report says he hit his elbow, right?
Yeah.
Come on, man. Come on. I ain't just saying anything.
It's ridiculous.
It's really ridiculous.
Man, we love you guys so much. Y'all just blew us right past 1,000 followers over
That's what's up, man.
on IG. 3 Technique, G Money, the real Matt Beck. We see you. Ashton, Dan, Ryan.
About an hour ago, I asked for some snacks, and I haven't heard a response back since.
That's hilarious. Yeah. Hey, if y'all aren't, if y'all are on IG, since I've been begging for people to follow us at D'Lo and KC and at ESPN 1320 on Instagram, y'all might want to go follow Rachel Kreger as well. She's a photographer for the Kings.
Oh yeah,
man, she has taken some amazing pictures this year.
She has.
But she's the one who took this one last night. For those that are watching, she's the one who took the picture of the moon shining like through the beam.
Crazy.
It's just a phenomenal picture. She also has like video. She was like right under the basket when De'Aaron dunked on Friday. And so like her IG profile is super legit. So give her a follow. It's Rachel Kreger. She's one of the many dope photographers that work for the Sacramento Kings. So go check them out while you're following us on IG there. James Ham going to join us here soon, as it is a game day for the Sacramento Kings. While De'Aaron Fox took over last night in the fourth quarter, they took over, hopped on a flight, flew back, and we're going to need him to do it again tonight. Oh, by the way, shout out Casey, working hard there during the commercial break, even though he's snackless. He's working hard during the commercial break and found. Now, for those who were with us, the last 2-minute report came out, and the Keegan Murray, Lauri Markkanen foul they said was ruled correctly because Keegan Murray touched his elbow and altered the shot. Well, for those that are watching, you can see very, very clearly that Keegan Murray is not touching Lauri Markkanen's elbow. You continue to go forward. Nope. More. Nope. Is he touching his hand? Nope. Nope. And there, Lauri Markkanen initiates contact on the hands while simultaneously kicking Keegan Murray in the ass. That's where we are with NBA officials. Like, how do we have this video right here? How do we have this video and they don't? Like he kicks him.
Just kicks him.
Keegan Murray does not touch him.
Hey man, like
that's incredible.
At the very least, if you're gonna lie, just get the right body part to lie on. Like you said, an elbow. Like you could at least be like, he hit his hand, and I can say, okay, maybe like it's still not a foul, but at least that's closer. The man never even touched his elbow. What are you talking about?
He's not. The ball is out of his hands. Now everything's dead because the ball's out of his hands. Lauri Markkanen brings his hand down, brings his entire arm down to initiate contact with Keegan's hand while kicking him in the ass. It's amazing.
It's like William said. William said it perfect. They really think we're stupid.
No. Yes, William. This is. You know who else said it perfectly? It was Domantas Sabonis. Yeah, we're the Sacramento Kings. We might have just lost this game.
Put it on a shirt.
I don't believe in this stuff. Man, somebody might have had some money riding on this one last night. That's a lot of work to keep the Utah Jazz in that one.
Yeah, that was an unbelievably bad call. And let's not even get started on the fact that, you can't challenge, or it really wouldn't have mattered because the Kings lost their challenge, which was a bad loss. Like, I don't even know how that one wasn't overturned, but like it was just all bad all the way around.
Domantas Sabonis is not allowed to breathe while on a basketball floor.
Not at all.
That man should really be praised for holding his breath during play.
And in the meantime, he can get smacked up all over the place.
Oh, my goodness. Every play.
They be slapping Domantas in the back of the head.
Well, I mean, it beats when they punch him in the face. Oh, Keegan Murray just got kicked in his ass. William's right. These refs really do think we're stupid.
I don't know what they're gonna do. Or I wonder in the NBA league offices, are they really like, are they aware? Or are they just like, no, everything's all good? Hey, people are gonna be mad, all the time. Don't sweat it. Just keep doing your job. Or they're really like, hey, you guys got to be better.
Yeah, that's a great question. I don't know. I would absolutely love to know that.
Somebody should ask Adam Silver before the All-Star game.
Yeah, I'm with that.
Nick Friedel, ask. You like to ask the tough questions. Go ahead, ask Adam Silver.
Nick walking in like the glass just broke, deciding who he's going to piss off today. I'm all for that. By the way, I think I mentioned this during a commercial break, but didn't mention it live on the air. You don't want to miss Friday's show. I got word from Trista today. She's been a little concerned about the storm. She's scheduled to land Friday at noon. She's coming straight to the studio.
Oh, boy.
She's coming straight to the studio. She'll spend Friday with us. And then, of course, we'll have Saturday at the Golden One Center for the Kings and the Lakers, where hopefully they'll be looking for their third straight win.
Friday's the one day I think is not supposed to rain.
Okay. Look, I don't know. I'm looking out the window right now, and I see the sun. I'm about to take this turtleneck I got on. I'm about to go get a tan. I'm about to go get some winter color right here. Ridiculous. Still haven't heard from Christina Warner. Demand answers.
Christina, where you at?
They said this was Stormageddon 2023. just put this. I feel like this is the media's way. Like, hey, I bet we can get everybody to stay home.
Well, it worked.
Right. Kenny's at home. Kenny's at home, and the man can't get snacks. Jasmine, if you're listening, will you bring the man a snack? He's in the corner that you placed him in. He needs an orange soda and some Reese's peanut butter.
Not this time. It was just, well, I could get some orange juice, but it was going to be orange juice or Gatorade, and then the peanuts and cranberries, raisins, cran raisins or whatever they are.
James is talking to me through the window. James does not recognize we're alive on the radio. So he's just landing a plane over there. I'm like, hey, James, whatever you want to do, pal.
So look, James is coming. It's gonna be all Kings all time, and James can talk anything. It ain't no big thing. But before we get into that, and we go straight into Kings.
Just real quick, what was it? What is James going to get something to eat? Is that what's going on?
James is getting a hot tea, and then he'll be in the studio in a minute.
All right.
Everybody's getting snacks and drinks and everything, and here I am just withering away.
I mean, and what's Jasmine doing? Taking care of a baby? What's a baby even need? He's got a little baby to take care of.
She needs to be up running around with this little girl because her whole life is switched over. Like 1:30 a.m. She's like, "What are we doing, Pops? Like, what are we doing? Like, we're going to sleep." Now she be sleep.
Miss P, Jesse, there's an episode of The Office about this. Remember where Dwight's the only one who can get Jim and Pam's baby to go asleep? I believe the term was reverse cycling. I think it was, where she's asleep all day but up all night. See, you got to watch the episode. You need a Dwight Schrute.
What number is that?
It's
season.
Later. Yeah, it's later.
It's like season 5, season 6, maybe.
It's baby number 1. So it's probably season 5 or 6.
Wait,
or so.
who?
But
The secretary and the one guy, they had babies.
Come on, man. What are we doing right now? Yes, they had babies. They did. You can. It's the story arc of the entire series.
Well, yeah, I noticed that after the first 4 I watched when he was hooping in the Iversons against the boyfriend.
That's right. That's right. Hey, I know you wanted to go 49ers. Let's grab Javier really quick. We haven't heard from Javi in a long time, so we got to check in with him. 916-909-1320. What's happening, Javier?
How you guys doing?
We good, bro.
Javier, what's good, man?
Who you trying to trade, man? Because I know you're trying to trade somebody.
Well, good to hear from you too. You love KC. I just, I seen KC at the game probably a month ago. I'm actually going tonight. Been a few games in the last 3 weeks. Trying to go to the Laker game, but that's like half my leg and my full arm to get a ticket for that. So not sure, but I just wanted to see, because it feels good right now. In 2016, we're trying to go first time over 505 games over since 2004, 2005 tonight. We play the Atlanta Hawks, Bogdanovich's return. But I remember what James Hanna brought up probably 3-4 weeks ago about the, do you want to roll the dice on Harrison Barnes and see if he'll not opt out rather, but not re-sign, or you just want to stick with the chemistry? Because I totally agree with that. Like, it's just like, it's hard to try to, get away from something that's working, but realistically, we don't have a backup 3. We don't have a backup center that's productive. And what are you going to do with Harrison? Or are you guys just wanted to say, stand pat more or less and just keep riding this out? I mean, I'm for either. I just want to see your opinion, because, the John Collins for Harrison Barnes and Rashawn Holmes is interesting. But it's like, if you guys aren't there, then I totally understand. I just, do you understand Pat going to the All-Star break, or do we want to get tires on something to improve our starting small power forward position and or bench, or you just wanted to stick this through,
Yeah, I appreciate you, Javi. I'll say this, and I don't know that this is necessarily like 100% what, as we welcome in our 1320 Kings instead of James. I think I don't know if you like this light on you, but you could turn around, and because
it's dark.
The lights under you are motion censored, So if you just turn around, you could turn the lights on, or you could keep the spotlight on you. It's totally up to you. You look like Kyle Madsen did the other day. It's fantastic.
I feel glorious. I don't know.
You do.
It's making me glow.
I like it. I like it. But Javier brought up the HB for John Collins. I just don't like the John Collins idea. You were still getting situated, and Javier was asking about making a trade before the trade deadline, and brought up Harrison Barnes. I'm kind of at the point, James, and I think we've talked about this a couple of times, where I'm comfortable riding with Harrison Barnes, and hopefully he's enjoying this experience. He sees that this franchise is moving in a positive direction, and he can be a part of it for years to come.
Yeah, I mean, you still have the option to approach Harrison Barnes and work out an extension. So you can do that during the season until he becomes a free agent. You can do it. So he's in a very unique situation when it comes to his contract status. But if I'm the Kings, like, you're over the last 14 games, you're 7-7, right? You've played 500 ball, which against some really tough competition, including, a huge 6-game road trip, a 2-game road trip that was very difficult, where you figured out things. And, I don't know. For me, this team just keeps telling us very clearly they're one piece away. And whether that's a big piece or whether that's a like one or two smaller pieces, it still means that they're one piece away from being someone that you feel comfortable saying they're a 4, 5, 6, 7. And, if you're the Kings, you need to be a 6 or better, because there's a good chance the Golden State Warriors are going to be one of those bottom teams looking to jump up out of, the play-in and try to get into the top end of the tournament. And you got to be above that bottom section where you're in the play-in.
So the thing about that, James, and what's going on, James? How you doing?
It's happening.
Yeah. The thing about that is, I think if you're looking to make that move to solidify yourself as a 4, 5, 6, you're going to have some interesting decisions to make. Like there's got to be a guy out there that essentially is better than Harrison Barnes. Like that is the trade chip that you have, in my opinion. I know you got expiring money and things of that nature, Lynn and Terence Davis and all this other stuff. I don't know how appealing Rashawn Holmes is to a lot of people. I think when you're talking about making a move to get somebody in here that'll change your fortunes, I think it starts with Harrison Barnes being part of the deal. And number one, can you find somebody that is better than Harrison Barnes to trade with? Number two, do you want to upset the apple cart? I don't know the answer either way. Like it's a tough decision to make if you want to make that type of big signing to kind of solidify yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with you. Like, you're not going to get something for nothing. And even if you go back to the Harrison Barnes deal when they originally got him, it's just so few and far between where you find a team that's literally ready just to get off of some salary, and you can give up what they gave up. What was that? Justin Jackson and Zebo, right? For Harrison Barnes. Like, if there's one of those deals out there, the Kings should have already made it. But I don't think there is. And what you're hoping is that there's going to be more teams that fall out of the race. And we're starting to see like sort of the rumor mill churn with, is Toronto going to be a seller? Is Charlotte going to be a seller? Is Washington going to be a seller? Where are these teams at? And at what point do they pull the plug? Is Utah going to be a seller? Well, the honest answer is probably all four of those teams are going to be sellers, because this is an epic game of cat and mouse, but everyone realistically is going to be playing for Victor Wembanyama at some point, because he's just too good, and you're going to have to take that plunge. But if I'm the Kings, I don't know if the dilemma is even Harrison Barnes at this point, because I think Harrison Barnes, he does mean so much to what you're trying to do, right? And you're hoping that you can stick around with him long term, knowing that there's a possibility that you can't. But the real question, we talked about this on the podcast on, I think it was Monday, like, where are you at with Keegan Murray? And does he become part of the discussion? Because that might be your chip that you have, because you're tied up with all your first round picks. So
I just don't know how you do that again.
I agree with you.
I feel like you maybe you could do that once, and you did it with Tyrese, and hey, it's worked out for everyone. man, I think it's tough to do that again.
Well, and I'm not advocating for that. I'm
No, I
just saying
understand.
that, like, when you call teams, that's what they're going to say. You call the Utah Jazz and say, is Lauri Markkanen available? And they will say, maybe, but it's going to cost you X, Y, and Z. And one of the first things going to be put on the table is we would like to have Keegan Murray.
Especially for a team that's looking to rebuild, hoping they
Yeah.
hit the lottery. You've got a player.
Well, that, and you're basically offering up a top 4 pick from
Right.
a previous draft. And
Right.
I mean, that's a lot to offer. And I'm not saying the Kings shouldn't or shouldn't trade Keegan. What I'm saying is that that's going to be the offer. Those are going to be the things that are discussed that teams are going to come after the Kings with. It's going to be their ask. And I mean, the other option is you go to Atlanta and you try to work out something where you get your first round picks back. And so whether that means you give up a 25, which would free up your 2023 and your 2027, or you give them a 24 and that would free up your 26 and your 28. If you got 2 first round picks, all of a sudden you become a contender for one of these players, whether it's OG Anunoby, if he becomes available, or it's Lauri Markkanen. There's going to be someone that becomes available that you could go and pursue. Or the other option is that you go add some smaller pieces. You see what's happening with Charlotte. Kelly Oubre's out now 6 to 8 weeks or 4 to 6 weeks. Will they talk about Mason Plumlee? Will they talk about a PJ Washington? Those are more like you're going to give up expiring contracts and a couple of second round picks. Most likely they'll ask for a first, but they're not going to get a first. So I think that the Kings are in a position where you clearly know what your holes are and you need to go figure out a way to put some spackling over them and fix it. And until they do that, they're going to keep running into this situation that they're in like tonight, where this is the 7th time this season where they've got to 4 games over 500. And the previous 6 times they lost the next game. They haven't been 5 games over 500 since 2006. It's, we talk about Malik Monk saying that, Kevin Huerter was afraid of 30. Well, the Kings are clearly afraid of 5. They're, get over it, move past it. At some point you got to take that step, because you can't get to 6 or 7 games over 500 until you get to 5. It's the way that it works.
You know who was afraid of 5 last night? The Utah Jazz.
Yeah, man. To your point though, and I understand what Damian is saying about you can't go to that trading your first round pick again. I think, and I'm not advocating either, but I'm just saying I think for Lauri Markkanen, no, you can't do that. For Pascal Siakam, now we can have a conversation, because you're talking about a multiple-time All-Star. You're talking about a guy that's proven in this league to produce at a high level. And if you're adding a guy like that to the fold, then we can have some internal discussions. You know what I mean? And say that's what we want to do.
But what are we talking about though? Like you talk about Pascal Siakam. I think Pascal Siakam is phenomenal. Are we talking about the Kings going to the NBA Finals this season? Is that the discussion we're having? Because I think the question, I'm serious, because I think the question you have to ask yourself is Siakam next year getting you further than Keegan Murray next year would, and whatever else you're giving up, because it's not like it's Keegan for Pascal Siakam.
I think James, and you can tell me what you think. I think if you get Pascal Siakam, especially the way this West is shaping out, you have a chance to get to the NBA Finals with this group. Yes. Keegan, maybe you still do. I said that a couple weeks ago. I was like, it's not inconceivable.
Yes.
It's not inconceivable. And that's why, it's probably why it would take more than Pascal Siakam for me to move on from Keegan Murray. It would just really take a lot. But talking about James's point, that's something that you at least have to discuss if you're talking about making a move, because you just don't have a lot of trade chips.
Yeah. Okay. So I just can't talk about NBA Finals. We're literally talking about the Sacramento Kings. They haven't made the playoffs in 16 consecutive seasons. And what we're looking at is, I'll just give this as an example. Early in the season,
Suns went 9.
There we go. Yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah. But early in the season, we saw this team, they couldn't figure out how to win on the second night of a back-to-back, right? Every single time they faced the second night of a back-to-back, they got kicked around. All of a sudden, they're figuring out how to win on the second night of a back-to-back, right? So the
3 in a
NBA,
row.
yeah,
I believe the number's 3 in a row.
the NBA has this really basic process of improvement, and every once in a while you can jump ahead of the line, but it doesn't usually work that way. And so when you get to the playoffs and you're learning the playoffs for the first time, there's so much that goes into a playoff game that teams like the Kings, who just had their lone ESPN game taken away from them, right? This team has never sat for a 4-minute playoff timeout. They don't know what that feels like. They don't. And like, there's a nervous energy that happens. There's all these things that happen. And, you're going up against teams that are playing 20 national television games a season, and you've got like 3 on NBA TV. And so there's this learning curve that happens where usually you get to the first round and you get beat up pretty bad. You might win a game and it's exciting and it's fun, but you take something from that and you come back the next year and you're better. We've heard Jason Tatum talk about it. He now thinks he knows what it takes to win an NBA championship. Like, okay, the other team does too. So, because you're going to face a team that's likely been there before as well. And you got to figure out if you know more about what it takes to win an NBA championship than they do. But either way, just getting there is like, it's so far-fetched for the Kings at this point, because they haven't, like, that's learning. That's going from being a baby in a crib to being an Olympic sprinter, basically, when you're 18 months old. Like, it just doesn't happen. And so I hope that the Kings can take a huge step forward. But this team isn't one player away from being like a title contender. What they are is they're one move away from being a really, really strong 4, 5, 6 team in the Western Conference, with the potential for next year to be a 2, 3, 4, 5. And then the next year, maybe we're talking about someone who could compete for something bigger. But that's why I keep going back to a guy like Lauri Markkanen, who's 25 years old, fits exactly the age arc of this team, who's averaging 23.5 points, 8+ rebounds, a couple of assists. He can do just about everything. He's not a great defender, but a perfect fit next to Sabonis. And he's under contract this year, the next year, the year after that, at like 16, 17, and 18. It's just like the Sabonis contract all over again.
Lauri Markkanen can go to hell, straight to hell. I don't know why. I don't know what the Kings ever did to him, but he is just he is incredible.
Lauri Bird, and it's just not the Kings. In his last 5 games, he's averaging 30.8 rebounds, 50% from the field, 97% from the free throw line.
Goodness gracious, man. We'll come back. We'll talk about last night's game. We'll talk about that performance from De'Aaron Fox. We'll talk about the bench. We'll talk about Davion and KZ Okpala. We'll talk about Domantas Sabonis and Mike Brown. We'll do all of that with James Ham here as D'Lo and KC continue on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. We'll go to 28 here too. So we'll come back. We'll go 28.
Right back, guys.
Yep. How's it going, man?
Good. A little bit of a headache rolling in. So I'm like,
oh,
I'm all right.
Oh, those are tough.
Yeah. All the wind. I'm sure that's.
Is it windy out? Like, I keep looking like, where's the rain? I don't see any rain.
There's no rain, but it's crazy windy.
Is it?
Even up at my house, it's super crazy. Yeah.
Anything noteworthy? Oh, they didn't shoot around today. What am I thinking?
No, they didn't shoot. No.
I don't like. I was thinking all morning you were at shoot around, and it just now this second dawned on me they didn't have shoot around. They played last night.
Yeah.
Dumbass.
GL Lobo. I don't know who this is, but this one, like, Cam Reddish can't get on the floor for the last 2 teams he was with. Like, I mean, I get it, but at the same time, like, he's got to be, if you're going to go trade for a player, he's got to be remarkably better than KZ Okpala. And you could say defensively, sure. I mean, offensively, sure, but defensively, I don't know. And Mo Bamba, again, people bring up Mo Bamba. Like, Mo Bamba can't get minutes in front of Bol. Like, Mo Bamba's got
go get Bol then.
Mo Bamba. Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot. And Mo Bamba's 24, and I get it, and he's got potential, but you got to be a player that can play on a bad team. If you can only play 19 minutes a game, what are you going to do on a good team? Sometimes that works, but most of the time, it doesn't. Cliff, what do I think about the Kings having the easiest strength of schedule remaining? I think that tells you everything about their first 40 games in the season. If that makes sense. Like, it's good. But once they get through this stretch here of like 7 games, I don't know that their strength of schedule will be the easiest anymore. So you have to take care of it right now. We should probably save some of this content for the air.
Oh, it's fine.
We're going to talk about football?
We repeat ourselves all of the time. We've kind of moved past it.
Yeah.
I mean, is this something you want to talk about?
Well, I just know like I said something a few months ago that people like took offense to. When it came to football, I told people that I would never allow my sons to ever put on a helmet.
Mm-hmm.
And people freaked out, even in the chatty house. Like, and that's why it's the reason what we're seeing right now. Yeah. Like, it's the freak accident injury that, and this isn't the first time that something like this has happened. This whole outrage is the first time. I mean,
yeah, you're right. It's not new outrage. It's just the latest outrage. But I'm with you. If I had kids, they wouldn't play. Kenny and I had a lengthy discussion about this. Like they didn't let, they're not letting Reese play football. They're not even letting him play flag football.
It's really hard because you get to the high school level and in order to be cool, it's still the case. You still have to be a football player.
Mm-hmm.
Like during the first 2 months of the school year, 3 months of the school year, you're either cool or you're not. And it's based on whether you're playing on Friday nights.
No, I got you.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be able to do it. I don't have obviously those decisions to make, but
yeah,
I just wouldn't do it.
Well, I mean, like Buffalo, they had a tight end in 2008, Everett, that got hit on the field and snapped a spinal cord.
Mm-hmm.
And like major spinal cord injury on the field. I mean, we're talking about the same like basic situations, like life or death situation for that guy. So
that's what I was afraid happened. That on Monday, and then they showed the replay. I was like, that doesn't add up. I was like, what the hell is going on here? Hang on, Casey. We can continue this discussion. Well, obviously, James Ham is here. We'll talk plenty about the Sacramento Kings. They're back on the floor tonight at the Golden One Center. I think kicking off a 5-game homestand with the Atlanta Hawks tonight. Second night of a back-to-back. Second time that they've played Atlanta on the second night of a back-to-back. By the way, James mentioned that the team having struggles figuring out how to win on the second night of a back-to-back and have figured it out since. They lost their first 2. They won their last 3. Their record at this point in back-to-backs is 3-2 with tonight's approaching. But we were talking about football a moment ago during the commercial break. And, obviously what happened on Monday is still at the forefront of so many people's mind. Was there, James, we've had discussions in the past, and Kenny mentioned this yesterday regarding his son, Reese, that Reese is not playing football. My son's not playing football. You just said the same thing. Like you wouldn't allow your sons to play football.
Yeah. My oldest, 6'4", 165 pounds, fastest kid that you'll ever see. He was a soccer player for years and years. Like 4'5", 40, maybe a little better than that. And like, we didn't even consider letting him go out. And I'm surprised he wasn't like recruited heavily by the football players, big, strong soccer player that knows how to run. Mm-hmm. There's just something to it. Like I played high school football and I still have injuries from high school football, and you just get beat up. And that's before we even knew what we knew about the concussions. And that's always my concern, the concussion thing. This injury here with Hamlin, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It was such a freak situation. I think what we'll probably learn is that he got hit between like right on the heart between heartbeats, and it stopped his heart like right then. And it's something that happens, like, to be honest, more often in Little League. Mm-hmm. Young kids who don't know how to take a hit, to get hit by a pitch, they'll open up and they'll get hit right in the heart, and it can stop your heart if it hits just the right spot at the right time. And
now I'm not letting my kids play baseball.
Yeah. So
Jesus.
but football is an inherently violent sport. And, I love football. I love watching football. I'm just, I don't
It's
want my
hard.
kids doing it. Yeah.
No, it's same with you, Am. I mean, I know Reese had talked maybe this past fall, because of a couple of his friends were playing flag football. And I said, I'm not even going to give you that taste. You know what I'm saying? I'm not even going to give you that taste.
Gateway drug. That flag football is a gateway drug.
It's a great sport. I was a starting wide receiver in flag football. I played high school football. I loved it. I showed up to practice every single day. But then you get to the end and you're like, man, there's nowhere else to play football after this. Like there's like so few leagues out there of even flag football where adult men are playing flag football or women are playing flag football. It's not like softball where you can play softball until you're in your 80s. There's old man leagues out there that let you play until you can't play no more. Yeah. And so, but football is one of those sports that when you're done, like you're going to pay the price for it. It doesn't matter. Like, one of my son's buddy's little brother blew out his knee in the first game for Bear River this year, torn ACL. Like, knee will never be the same. Yeah.
It's tough. My godson's dealing with a torn ACL, MCL that he's like a year into his comeback here at this point. Trying to
I saw him the other day though. Shout out to House Party with a little windmill dunk.
Yeah, I mean he can get up. He's explosive. Like he's a good ball player. He's lost the season, but he's staying focused in school, man. But it's hard. That was on the basketball floor. The one game we were at every game leading into that one, but missed that one, and he tore his knee up. Man, it's hard. Sports are hard. Sports are really hard for young guys, but yeah, it's been certainly a weird week, and this was part of our conversation, and we'll get back to the Kings, but this is part of our conversation yesterday where you just kept saying, I love football. I love football. I love the sport of football. And I had like the realization I don't love the game anymore. I don't love what it is.
It probably lost a lot of fans on Monday night. I mean, it lost
like
so
they've
dramatic.
lost me for a while, but man, that sitting through being unable to turn away from what happened on Monday.
Wasn't
really
that
difficult?
Like we couldn't turn the channel. Like we just sat there the whole time because you're worried that, they're going to come out with some announcement.
Well, you're wondering what the hell you just watched.
Yeah. I mean, it's just absolutely tragic to watch something like that happen. And yeah, it took all of the luster out of the weekend and everything. I mean, just really a bummer of a night.
Yeah.
As we attempt to segue, any truth to Deuce Mason's claim that you wore a leather helmet when you played in high school? I just needed I needed a transition, and Deuce provided it.
Yeah, no, I played for a really good high school. Deuce Mason. I played for Nevada Union during their heyday.
Oh, that's a flex.
Oh wow, yeah, that is kind of that's strong.
Yeah,
That's
so
strong.
yeah, we were pretty good.
Deuce,
On the other
Deuce, I
hand,
think, is a Del Campo grad.
Yeah,
I believe the most famous Del Campo grad,
No.
whatever. Matt Barnes close second.
Yeah, Deuce, then Matt Barnes.
Yeah, I think that's how it works.
I watched
Where
Matt
wasn't
Barnes.
Dusty? Where was Dusty? Wasn't Dusty Baker? Del
Well,
Campo?
I thought Dusty went to El Camino. He didn't go to El
Dusty didn't
Camino.
go to El Camino. Derek Lee went to El Camino.
Derek Lee went to El Camino.
And Greg Vaughn went to Kennedy, right?
Yeah, poor guy.
Okay, here we go. All right, so no leather helmet for James.
No.
But the Jazz needed a helmet for De'Aaron Fox last night.
He tried. I ain't mad at it.
Start getting scorecards for my attempt to transition. Can you rank that fourth quarter performance from De'Aaron Fox last night? You've seen De'Aaron Fox's entire career. That has to be up there.
I think so too. Like when I watched that game, and it goes back to the previous game with Utah. Like the defense wasn't great, but at the same time, that was just two really good teams going at it. That's what it felt like. It felt like playoff basketball. It felt like this is what the Kings are trying to build towards. We talked about it early in the season. You got to learn how to win. Well, Kings have won 3 of the last 4 games by a total of 4 points.
It's crazy.
I mean, they just keep going in there and battling and coming up with wins. And I think maybe more than anything else, what we're learning right now is that De'Aaron Fox is one of the best closers in the NBA. And it's something that if you can have that in your back pocket, then you know that you're going to be okay as long as you keep the score close through 3 quarters. And what we're seeing from Domantas Sabonis, which is just this epic consistency, what he is doing on a night in and night out basis, where he's just carrying this team, like physically, mentally, just carrying them through game after game, and then allowing other players to be great in their own right. But if you can get Fox to become this, I want to see more in the first quarter. Some of the reason why the first
that one
quarter
point
starts,
didn't do it for you.
Yeah, not great, Bob. But then that's the second quarter too. Like, he was in there while the first 3.5 minutes of the second quarter, when it was him and the bench, and you instantly saw that, like, without Sabonis is one thing, but without all those shooters, Fox is mortal. And that was just some of the worst basketball I've ever seen. I mean, the 4 turnovers, 2 points over 3, and I think 3:12 of the quarter, and they just gave their lead right back. So I need to see consistency throughout the game where Fox is always a threat. But does that really matter? I mean, in baseball, you have a closer who's sitting over there who might be able to get 3 outs, who might be able to get 6 outs. And that means that your team is going to be really good. All you got to do is get to the 8th inning and then hand it over. I think that could be where the Kings are heading, where, Fox is going to have to score and do things throughout the game, play defense and set up his teammates and score 10, 12 points early in the game. But when it comes to the fourth quarter, you give him the ball and you say, all right, let's see what you got.
The performance last night was so amazing to see him close out that game that way and play the way he did in the fourth quarter. But it also is maddening, right? Because you see the way he played in Memphis. And once again, he didn't play bad in Memphis, but he didn't put his fingerprints on that game at all, in my opinion. And we see that so often from De'Aaron, where you see a game like Memphis, and then you see a game like last night in Utah. And it's like, why can't we get Utah almost every night? He's the one that said it, and I agree with him 100%. I can get any shot I want to. Last night, wherever he wanted to get on the court, he could do it. And it's always frustrating because I think we all see the talent that he has. It's like, man, why don't you just put that on display all 35 minutes that you're playing every single night? And some nights he's okay with just kind of playing the background role.
Yeah, but I'm not sure that there are a lot of players in the league that you feel that the whole time. Like, every once in a while, there's a player that you feel like from open to close that they're there and providing something. But, the way Fox plays, with the speed he plays at, the pace he plays at, it's really difficult to keep consistently. Like, it's one thing if you're a shooter and you're always shooting. I mean, you need to get open and, but like, as far as like the expenditure of energy on offense is different than when you're a point guard who does what he does. And I think there are games where he has to save up for the fourth quarter. And, I think he was ready not only for the fourth quarter, but he was ready if there was overtime. He was ready to keep going. And just the way that he's been able to like become so clutch. I mean, again, what is he shooting? Like we saw the stat last night, like 62% in the clutch. And last time I saw the stat, he was at 57 and the next best guy was at 47% in the clutch. And now he's in the 60s. Like, what he's doing. And the NBA has this award this year, Mr. Clutch, right? Like that should very much play a part in the decision whether or not he's an all-star. And I also think this stretch of games right here will decide whether he's an all-star this year.
Damian, real quick, what I want from De'Aaron Fox, and maybe we already get that because we're people who follow the Kings or Kings fans, and we're on this side of it. But I want to get to the point, Damian. What I say? We're sitting there watching the Warriors game, and the Kings are down 12. Oof, Steph is out. Got to win here. Jokic is out. Ooh, Jokic is out. You got to win here. You got to Dame is out. Ooh, you got to take advantage of this time. I want other people.
The same thing during the Wizards game too, and it didn't work.
Didn't work at all.
It's 18-point lead to 12. What happened?
Damian was like, I don't think they can give up any more points in this.
It's not true.
But I want other teams. I want Fox's fingerprints all over these games to be when people are playing the Kings and Sabonis too. But when Fox takes a breather, Fox is out. Got to take advantage of these minutes when Fox is out, because when he comes back in, it's a tall task.
Yeah, and I mean, here's the deal though. Like Sabonis is a top 10 NBA player right now. I don't think that's even arguable. He's number 3 in the league in win shares, behind I don't know, Jokic and Luka Doncic. It's those 3 as in win shares. Like, he is so incredibly impactful. And if you can get 2 guys that are like that, even if they're different in what they do and how they do it and when they do it during a game, then you become really, really difficult. And then when you add all these other pieces, your Malik Monks, your Kevin Huerters, your Harrison Barnes, your Keegan Murrays, and you're starting to get a team rolling on all cylinders. Like, this team has the potential to be really dangerous and a tough out. Like, if you're going up against the Kings and you have to game plan how to stop them in a 7-game series, they're not going to be fun to figure out, because there's going to be at least 1 or 2 games where they don't miss, and then you're done. There's nothing you can do. When this team doesn't miss, they're almost unbeatable. And, it doesn't matter how many points you're going to put up on them. If Huerter is hitting 7 threes and Monk's coming off the bench giving you 15 or 18, and then you're getting, the normal out of your other guys, like, this is going to be a team that no one wants to play. And I think right now they're kind of sneaking under the radar, but getting that 2-man that's unstoppable makes everything for everyone else much, much easier.
D-Lo KC, James Ham here on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app. You can watch the show on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, youtube.com/ESPN 1320. Is this the most confident you've seen De'Aaron Fox play?
I mean, certainly, I think the first part of the I think the first part of the
there's a bunch of children here in
season.
The chatty house. Kenny and Soren are shying kids who think they're funny,
messing with you.
I'm always confused as to who's get the ball at the start of the fourth quarter now. I got to talk to Katie about this. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry. Everyone's a comedian.
Yeah, I got to be honest. I don't think I know. Oh, well, okay. So the team who gets a tip,
look, now we need him.
Whoever opens
now look at this. What a turn of events it's been.
Yeah, whoever gets the second quarter gets the ball, right?
Look at what you guys have done.
Oh no.
Soren's about to get a timeout.
Soren, this is on you. This is on you.
On you. Confidence. De'Aaron Fox. Is this the most confident you've ever seen him?
I think early in the season, yes. I think he went through a lull where he kind of lost his confidence a little bit, where he just didn't look the same. But right now, I think he's back, and I also think he sees what I see, like, as far as the next 10 games. Like, this is, if you want to be an all-star, you have to be an all-star right now. You got to be an all-star today. You got to go in against a team that you've torched your entire career in the Atlanta Hawks. Like, his first triple-double, maybe only triple-double in his career, came against Trae Young. You need to come out and look like that player tonight. But then again, when you got the Lakers, and this whole string of games here, this is where you define that you're an all-star, that your team can't just get to 5 games over 500, but might be able to get to 8 games over 500 or 10 games over 500 right now. And if you can do that, you're an all-star.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. I think right now he is an all-star. No caveats, no, I don't know. I think if you selected the top 24 players, 12 players in each conference, I think he should be in there 100%. I mean, and then you've got situations where people are, injured and may not show up, maybe selected but can't play, all this other stuff. De'Aaron Fox is playing like one of the top 24 players in the league today.
Yeah, and he's doing something that no one else can do right now. He's become this elite player in the fourth quarter, and he's better than everyone else at doing it. Mm-hmm. And so you got to look at that as one of the ingredients. Guys averaging almost 24 points and 6 assists a game. He's been phenomenal for most of the season. He's leading his team. His team is better than it's been in, a decade and a half right now. And it's just whether or not you can sustain it. And again, that's something that we're still going to question. Like, can he sustain it for 82? Can he sustain it for 70? We have seen the lull already, but can he keep it going from here on out?
Is it fair to point out that lull occurred right before he missed time with I don't remember what it was.
A foot injury. Sore foot.
So that he was playing through, and it kind of got to the point where, all right, kid, can't play through this anymore. Let's try to get you a couple of days rest. I think he missed 2 games and came back, and the question was, what version of De'Aaron Fox are we going to get? And I'm comfortable in saying I think we've gotten that answer.
Well, I don't see. Here's the problem. This is why being transparent on an injury report actually matters. Because if he had sore feet and was probable with sore feet for 3 games, 4 games, 5 games, that's one thing. But, here we have the situation with Domantas Sabonis, who literally has a broken thumb. We all know he has a broken thumb. He's no longer on the injury report. So clearly the thumb is healed. But it's not. And so, what are we doing here? Keegan Murray has his hand taped up. He's going to have his hand taped up for a month.
Yeah. Does he have the same injury that Domas has?
I'm going to guess that he didn't do the same. Okay, so we've talked about this, sort of the bone breaking off, the avulsion fracture,
in
right?
great detail.
Yes. But see, this is why that conversation matters, because you can tear that tendon, or the ligament, you can tear the ligament, or you can sprain the ligament. And a lot of times it can be worse than if you have the avulsion fracture.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm going to guess that there's something like that in there. But again, that's speculation. That's off of him not being able to tell us what's going on, but telling us he's going to have his thumb taped up in this position for the next month or so.
Mm-hmm.
So again, if we had transparency, to get back to De'Aaron Fox, it said, hey, he's dealing with some foot issues. Then we could say, hey, look, that's that 8-game stretch. We're just going to kind of crumple up and say he was fighting through it. I know there was a point where I saw him limping around into the locker room, and I knew he had foot issues.
Right.
But again, there's a big difference between general soreness and needing to be on the injury report, but then missing 2 games. So that's why transparency matters. It's why the league pushes for that, and why we as journalists push for it on a daily basis. What exactly is going on here? And I think we've gotten away a little bit from it right now. But it's something that we should be on top of the whole time. The Kings tonight have a clean injury report. It's clean. The only 3 guys that are on there are Chima Moneki and Keon Ellis and Nemias Queta, who are with the Stockton Kings in Salt Lake City. That's it. And that's just not factual. The injury report should have Domantas Sabonis with the sore thumb, with a broken and avulsion fracture in his thumb. He's probable or he's going to play. He's available, but those things, it's still there. It's not like the injury healed. And so it's just really strange. The only difference between him and, say, Marvin Bagley is that Marvin Bagley is going to miss a month or more and may need surgery, or is probably going in for surgery on 2 fingers, where Sabonis doesn't have, or he's not going to miss time.
Shouldn't we all be on the injury report?
I certainly have been all season.
Well, you can put everyone on it. You can put those 5 starters on it and just put tired.
Dude, yeah, that's kind of what I meant. Somebody got a knee to the thigh yesterday. They're gonna play. They'll be out there, but I mean, that's an injury, right? If that's the case, we would put anybody in there for anything. I think the way I look at the injury report is, if a guy is in serious consideration of not playing, that's how they should be on there. I think Domas isn't on there because he's not in consideration of not playing. He's gonna play.
Yeah, I mean, I get it, but someone who doesn't cover the team or talk about the team on a daily basis will forget about that thumb, or has already forgotten about that thumb, and see Sabonis put up these big numbers, but then could watch a game and go, hey, why did he just drop that ball right out of bounds with his right hand? Oh, he must have bad hands. Oh, you're playing a new team each and every night, right?
Well,
and their fans don't know your players. And
they need to listen to D-Lone KC, Kings Beat, and J Street Vibes, and then they'd be up to date on what's going on.
Yeah, there we go.
I agree. I believe that's what should happen. Send these to all of your media friends and all of our podcasts, our shows, and all of that stuff. To all of your
Put them
media
on the mailing list. The
this
email.
yeah. Kings are 20-16 right now. They're the 5th seed. I think Deuce had this on Twitter last night. Last year, the Kings won their 20th game like a month from now. It was like I think it was like February 5th or 6th. I think he said they were like 20-35.
Jeez.
That feels about right.
It's you said maybe they're scared of the number 5. They haven't been 5 games above 500 this season. They haven't been 5 games above 500 since 2006, and it feels like everything we're seeing with this team tracks back to 2006 in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to shake it until you shake it. Until you put it to rest and you end the streak, you're not going to be able to shake it. And that's why, again, I keep saying Sean Cunningham will tell you time and time again, the play-in is not the playoffs. The play-in is not the playoffs. This team, if they want to snap the streak, they need to get to the playoffs. And the easiest way to get to the playoffs is to be a 6 seed or above, because then you don't have to worry about the play-in, about one game against LeBron James or Steph Curry or one of these guys that a Damian Lillard that could go for 50 at any given moment. That's what we're talking about. Like, you got to figure out a way to get into the playoffs. And that's why I keep looking at this team and I'm thinking they're solid, but they need something. They need more. This team has shown you that sort of the cap of where they can be is probably a top 16 defensive team, but they're realistically probably a 20 to 24 rated defensive team in the league. It's not brain surgery here. You know they need more. So go to try to find it right now. Like, there's no reason to wait. We see what's missing. Like, go get the ingredient.
Yeah. I mean, but we went over that in detail.
I don't know what the ingredient is, though.
Yeah, I don't know. And I don't know if you have the money in the bank account to go get the ingredients. Have you been to the grocery store? Have you been to Damien's Nugget Market? You know, it's crazy.
It's not mine. I don't own it. It's nearby.
You wish you owned it, because
I do.
That inflation.
Apparently, milk is like $7 now. Like, good God,
I saw like a 18-pack of eggs, like the regular store brand was like $8.99. I was like, how come the free range chicken ones are cheaper than those? I'll go get the healthy eggs. I guess. Like,
the healthy eggs.
What exactly is happening? What is happening?
I don't know.
But I say that, and I agree with you, Ham. I would love for them to solidify them. So I just don't know. I don't know if that player's out there, and I don't know if they have enough to go get the player. Their best bet might be a little small move, and maybe that takes you a long way. You know, Mason Plumlee, like you talk about, or I don't know, just a random rotational guy. Maybe that puts everything into place, but I don't know what the move would be. But I do feel like you said, they're one move away from kind of solidifying themselves.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're looking at the teams that are around you that continue to struggle, there's no reason not to at least go out there and try to make it. Now, and I know, like, Monty McNair's out there being aggressive. He knows what's on the line here. I mean, he's got more on the line than any of us do. So, like, he gets it. It's just it takes 2 to tango, and it takes the right deal. And there is no one has set the market yet for what a player is going to cost in this season. And until that's set,
because Rudy Gobert sure as hell ain't it,
man.
Well, I mean, you can even say Rudy Gobert probably broke the market, like he did.
Oh, absolutely, he did. And now everyone's like, "What's the kid's name from?" Nelson from the Simpsons. Yeah. Now all the other NBA teams are looking at the Timberwolves like
that. Nelson wasn't as good as your Macho Man.
Well, I can even tell you too, like, it's a problem that you have dealing with Utah Jazz. Like, didn't they just pick up like 7 or 8 first-round picks? Like, what else do they need?
Yeah.
Like, do they need just more picks, I guess, is the question.
No, they probably, I mean, to your earlier point, and this isn't what we're advocating, they want Keegan Murray. They want the player, the Tyrese, the player that's already in the league to build off. Like,
Yeah, just
someone
like,
that you have I hate using this term, but the team controlled player that
yes.
has a high upside that you can build off and start bringing in the young guys. Because as good as Indiana is right now, ultimately that's what they want to do. They
Yeah.
want to use draft picks to build around Tyrese for years to come, not specifically just this year.
Yeah, I mean, and if you're looking at their team, like they can really like Lauri Markkanen right now, but the fact is he's 25 years old. He doesn't fit the age arc of what they're trying to do. And maybe they can rapid rebuild this thing because I know Danny Ainge has done that in the past.
Mm-hmm.
But like, is he one of those guys that you're going to build around? And I don't know. I don't know that that's the case. And a lot of people are right. Like, we're really high on him right now, but he hasn't been incredible for his first 5 years in the league. All of a sudden he gets in the right situation. You know, we talk about Fox, like hitting that perfect moment where like everything comes together, where he's the right age, where, you know, he's married, he's got a baby on the way. Everything's kind of fitting into one like box for him. And like, he's at the maturity level to take off. It's probably the same thing with Lauri. And he's just found the right spot, the right moment in his career. But like, I was pining for this guy 2 years ago when the Kings still had their mid-level exception and he was sitting out there in August. Like, go get this guy. What are teams doing? I mean, even if it's as an asset, go get him. And sure enough, you know, the Cavs first took advantage of it, and now Utah's going to do it too.
Yeah.
What do you,
Lauri Bird?
What do you think these? You mentioned a minute ago, 3 wins in the last 4 games by a combined 4 points, if I got that right.
Yeah.
What do you think these clutch minutes and pulling out games like that mean for this team long term?
I think it means everything. It's about learning how to win and learning how to win different ways, learning how to win when you can't make a bucket, learning how to win when Fox is great.
And last night, learning how to win when the 3 doesn't fall, because that I don't think has happened this year. Single-digit threes, and they got the win.
Well, that, and I mean, you can look at this too. They lost a game a couple of nights before because they couldn't get an offensive rebound. Like, that's another way to lose. So you put that in the back of your mind. How are we going to win in situations, you know? And each of these games brings something different out in a team and teaches you something new. And they learned in that situation, like, look, if we don't team rebound, we're going to lose more games. This is going to be an issue. But in these situations, like, also, like, if Fox misses one shot, they don't win that game. And you put a lot of pressure on a dude. What do you score? 22 in the fourth quarter? I mean, you can't expect excellence like that each and every night, because there have been games this season where he couldn't do it. He couldn't get the shot to fall when it mattered, and you lost. So each of these they're moments where you just kind of put it in your book of, you know, how are we going to trudge through an 82 game season and learn something each and every night. And I think you're learning more about this team all the time.
Yeah. And one of the guys that's kind of, I don't want to say bounce back, because it wasn't like he was playing terrible, but we're starting to see the Kevon Huerter that we saw earlier in the season. Is there something that you've seen from him recently that's attributed to him playing better basketball? Or 16 last night, obviously he did what he did on Friday night, but he's starting to look more like himself. Is there something you see with his game that's getting back to I don't know if it's normal, but what we saw at the beginning of the season?
Yeah, I mean, you know, we've talked about this a little bit on the show. Like, I do believe the Kings have like a handful of players here that you're counting on to do things that they've never done before. And for Huerter, for Monk, they're figuring out that in order for their team to win, they have to be consistent. So it's one thing for him to score 30 in a night, but he can't have 6-point nights or 1 for 13 nights. He can't have those nights because his team isn't strong enough from head to toe to like survive when, you know, X amount of players struggle. And you know, if there's a rookie wall, I think Huerter probably hit a bit of a veteran wall, and I think Monk has hit it as well, and is still trying to climb out of it. He's had a game or two where he's been good, but also like maybe 5 or 6 here over the last 10 that he has not been great. And it's these guys are figuring out that it's one thing when you do this for a Hawks team that's up and down and all over the place, or your not only your role where, Herter was playing 30 minutes tonight for the Hawks, but like your place in their world is very different. So it's much different when you're playing
It's
30
Trae Young's world.
Yeah, when you're playing 30 minutes a night and you're only scoring 12 points, like we see Herter can roll out of bed and score 12 points. Like he doesn't even warm up to score 12 points. But when all of a sudden you're expected to score 15 to 18 points a night, it's just different, and it takes a different amount of energy, and they're asking him to defend at a different level. And I think that some of these guys have ran out of gas at certain points of the season, and then they come through it. It's just like the rookie wall. Like Keegan has shown that he's climbing out of the mess. But even still, you've seen games where he's struggling. What was it? It was Friday night against Utah. Man, Sabonis was yelling at Keegan Murray half the game. Like he was yelling at him the whole time. He was not happy with his energy level. He was not happy with how hard he was cutting. He was not happy with him not getting into the rotation early enough. You saw him like pulling him aside and giving him an earful. And these are moments where young players have to learn, but also guys who haven't been there, guys who don't know what this means. It's tough.
I hit a wall on Wednesdays. Like it happens. We've all been through that. And sometimes we look at basketball players or athletes as if it's different. Like it's a fun, very high paying job. These guys go through a lot to get ready for every game. And it's not just the 48 minutes on the floor. It's the 50 things that they go through to get ready for those 40 minutes. And when you have 3 of those, 4 of those a week, when you have 2 of them on consecutive nights, it's tough. And as those days, those nights, those weeks start to pile up, you get stretches where Malik isn't playing well. You get stretches where Kevin Huerter isn't playing well. And you hope that they can shake out of it.
Yeah, I mean, Monk apologized for his play last week and then came out and had like an incredible game, right? But then he came back with, maybe 1 or 2 games that weren't nearly as good. Like finding that consistency is really hard. And Mike Brown loves to practice. This team practices more than any team I've seen ever in Sacramento. Their shoot-arounds are a good 40 minutes longer than any team I've ever covered in Sacramento. There is a lot of expenditure that goes on. And I'll add this too. When you have practices like this all the time, that means you have media sessions all the time. Because if you have a practice, you have to have a media session. It's the rules. And so these guys they're a bit tattered at times. They're a bit worn out from the whole process. And it's not just going in and playing basketball, but it's also coming in during the month of December and being at home. And, the Sabonis fly in, the Murrays flew in, Matthew Dellavedova's parents were in the building. Like you have all of these other commitments, your real life people who have all these things that are happening, and you're expected to maintain at a level up here. But you have so many things happen. Just think how exhausted all of us are from the Christmas holiday season. And we're not playing basketball every night. We might be working, we might be doing what we do, but
in front of 17,000 people.
Yeah.
Who know exactly what I should be doing at my job.
And are screaming and yelling at you the entire time. And
right.
demanding that you light a magical beam outside.
Yes, it is magical. It is magical. The moon gravitated to the beam last night. It's so magical.
The other thing about all this as well is averages are averages for a reason, right? So just because, Keegan or Kevin or Malik go for 25, one night, they average, I'm just throwing a number out there, 13 points a game for their career for a reason. It doesn't mean that they're always going to score 13 or they can never score more than 13. It just means that, Malik is going to have his 30-point games and then he's going to have his 8-point games. And when you bring it all together, that comes to like 14 points a game. And I think because, we go through this grind so much day in and day out and we live and die with these games, we forget that, these guys are doing what they've done. And, they get to that average, one way or another, whether it's rarely is it ever by scoring 14 straight, points a game straight through the season. There's going to be with highs and lows, hot and cold times and things of that nature. And I think that sometimes we forget like that's why they average what they average.
Yeah. I mean, realistically, the only guy who is completely consistent on this team is Sabonis.
Mm-hmm.
And that guy just like throws on a backpack that has 18 points, 12 rebounds, and 6 assists in it every single night. And it's remarkable. Absolutely remarkable to watch. And like I had the joy of covering DeMarcus Cousins for 6.5 years of his career. Watching him do some of the things on the court that he did were so stunning. Like there's never been a big man who moved like that, or at least at that time, there had never been a big man who moved like that, who handled the ball, who did spin moves at half court, did all of these things at that size. And I'll tell you right now, after watching Sabonis for a year, I'm starting to feel like he's the best player I've ever covered. And it's because not only is he so consistently great, but what he does for his teammates is something that DeMarcus was never able to do. It was either DeMarcus backpacked you and got you a win, or you lost, or even he would have a big game and you still lost.
Mm-hmm.
With Sabonis, it's something different. He just has this ability to make everyone around him better. He's a very special player, and that's why I fully believe he is a top 10 player in the league right now. He's just remarkable what he's doing each and every night.
Agree. And Uriah Faber is remarkable. He's a UFC Hall of Famer. He's hosting Night of Champions on January 13th at Hard Rock Live. We've got tickets for you, a pair of tickets for you right now. Caller number 3, 916-909-1320. We'll get you all set up again. A pair of tickets for Uriah Faber's Night of Champions on January 13th at Hard Rock Live. We'll come back. We'll talk more about the Sacramento Kings. James, I want to talk a little bit about the defensive effort from KZ Okpala, getting the defensive player of the game last night, as well as Davion Mitchell, the menace to society, old dog, and of course about tonight's game versus Atlanta at the Golden One Center. That's all coming up here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Excellent.
I didn't look at the last 2-minute report.
We did. In-depthly. They said they ruled the Markkanen foul correctly.
They're wrong.
We put the clip on in slow motion and cannot find any, because they say Keegan hit his elbow.
Garbage.
It does not happen.
No.
At all.
Yeah, that's like when you're 10 years old and run alongside your buddy and you flick your
kicks
leg
his
up
ass.
And kick
That's
him in the
exactly
ass.
what he did.
Yeah.
Just ridiculous, man.
Yeah, that's to me, that's embarrassing. Just admit it. Admit that you made a mistake. It is what it is.
Yeah. They called the only thing they noted was the jump ball was wrong.
Oh yeah, incorrect.
Which everyone knew.
And that wasn't the only one, right? There was another play that was.
There was the the Clarkson one, which they said was correct. The Clarkson KZ Okpala play.
Oh.
Yeah, they said that was correct too.
I remember someone going over the back of Sabonis too, and then
that happens every play.
Yeah. Well,
wild times.
I'm glad I'm not forced to write on that every day like I was in the past.
Click, clack, click.
Somebody got them noisy shoes on.
Mm-hmm. It's like Kenny buying it. Give me the noisiest pair of shoes you got.
We're back at it. We're back at it.
They need to put some rugs down.
Oh no, did I take it off? No, there's no way I did. No.
What happened? Oh, you're looking for the soundbite.
I guess I took it off.
In his last 8 games, Fox has had 10+ fourth quarters 6 times. In that span, he ranks first in total fourth quarter points with 96, second in total clutch points with 29. This season, Fox ranks 8th in total fourth quarter points with 222 and 3rd in total clutch points with 84.
He is.
That boy good.
He is lights out late in games.
Yeah.
Lights out.
Hit the thumbs up while you're here. We're already past 200. We should, man, we're cooking in here today. We should be able to get to Should be able to get to 300 pretty easily. So if you haven't hit the thumbs up yet, man, please do. Please do.
The 3.
It's one of my favorite hoodies, to be honest. D-Lo and KC-ish.
Reese got that one for Christmas.
I've told
right
you guys,
on Santa.
The Jazz beat writers are some of the best people in the league, and they're super fun to hang out with. They're incredibly tight as a group, and they help each other out. Like, it's one of the few groups that, even though they work for different newspapers and different like platforms, they all like transcribe quotes together. They share everything. They're super nice people. They're all over Rudy Gay as not being an NBA player anymore.
Oh man, yeah.
Like,
I was watching him last night. Like,
yeah, they were like, why is he playing minutes?
He doesn't look good at all.
Yeah,
he looks like he's ready for retirement.
Yep, he's a good dude though.
He's a great dude.
That was one of the worst nights ever, watching him pop his Achilles.
Yeah.
Seen a couple of major injuries. The Vince Carter foul on who's a dude that used to be for the Warriors.
McCaw.
Oh yeah, Patrick McCaw. Oh, that was bad.
Yeah, Rudy's 36. That's all right.
Hey man, he's had a good career.
Yeah, it's okay.
He's made a lot of money. He has not played a lot of playoff games, but he was one of my favorites to cover ever.
Soren, I don't think Rashawn is hard to watch, but I do think he was tough to watch last night. I think he struggled last night. I think he struggled particularly when he got the call to go in. I don't think he's been bad in his minutes, though.
I've been battling with the good people of Portugal about the Nemia situation. Like, no,
They just don't understand, James. You got to break it down for them.
I try, but then they like come back at me like, well, this and this, and like, come on, man.
I love how James is the middleman between like the Kings and Portugal now.
I am. And I'm not making excuses. I'm just trying to explain like the basics of it. It's really harsh.
James got all of Portugal against them. Even Tisha Penicheiro is going to show up and crack them with a steel chair.
You know what? They're following me on Twitter, so it's okay. They just keep coming. Yeah.
Those follows, baby.
I am Switzerland. Me and Rudy Gay, Soren, we're both Switzerland. Rudy Gay was always Switzerland in the Kings locker room. Sat in the middle, got along with everybody. Brokered peace between this group and this group.
Was Rudy here for Drake? Does that timeline match up?
Yes, he was there. He was sitting in the corner with Rondo and Cousins in one of a group of 3.
That's the first time.
It's okay to hang him up after a good career. There's a couple of guys we saw last night who's like, hey, it might be time. Might be time. Well, one.
Oh, okay.
I was trying to soften. I would have liked Lauri Markkanen to retire anytime he plays the Kings. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, that would help.
He can go ahead and Lauri Markkanen can go straight to hell.
Man, do this against everybody else. How about that?
Yeah, he was cooking the last couple of times they played the Kings.
Real quick, James, what's your knowledge of the rule? I always thought at 0.3 it had to be a tip in. 0.4 you could catch and shoot. De'Aaron last night was saying 0.4 had to be a tip in. I thought what Lauri did, if he could have got it off in time, was legal.
That's a good question. I could have sworn that if it's under 0.4, that it can't be a catch and shoot.
Right.
But they were pretty convinced that it was 0.4. He was pretty convinced. I know some other people on social media were pretty convinced. I'll also say this, like the way that play like happened. And so you've got Fox, he goes to the basket, he beats Lauri. He sees a double team coming from Vanderbilt, right? And then he runs right away from it. Then he goes up with his right hand as opposed to his left to get to the basket quicker, which I thought was brilliant by him. Because normally, if he would have gone with his left, he very well could have been blocked on that. And if he would have gone for the dunk, it would have also been an issue. But I watched when he went and like put the ball up on the glass. There was 2 seconds left. The ball hits the glass, hits the front rim, hits the side rim, hits the other side rim, slowly falls through. And by the time it got through, it was 0.4 left. And just remarkable how much time the ball took to actually.
And that's the way De'Aaron planned it, because he knew if it went through the net, if it went straight through the net, they would have had a chance.
That's why he's in God mode right now.
That's right. That's the type of fourth quarter he had. He's like, I'm gonna make this ball sit in the air.
It was Michael Jordan and Larry Bird, right? The McDonald's commercials.
That's it.
Off the ceiling, off the roof, off the floor, nothing but net. Yeah.
The only type of field goal which may be scored if the game clock and shot clock are at 0.2 is a tip in or a high lob. So I always remember it being under 0.4, but it actually looks like it's 0.3 and under. That it has to be a tip in or a lob. Now there's, we could dig all through this rule book. It was 0.4. I was confused by De'Aaron's post game remarks because he kept referencing Derek Fisher.
Yeah, he blamed Derek Fisher,
and it was like Derek Fisher's shot counted. Like I'm confused.
Well,
like
they changed the rule after. That's why he's saying that they changed the rule after that. You can't have a catch and shoot from this point because you're.
I think that they okay. So catch and shoot aren't well. No, I guess I'm just confused. Not De'Aaron. Derek caught the ball. Did he didn't turn? Did he?
It was pretty much all in one motion, kind of.
He brought up, but there was no way it took less than that amount of time. That like again, and the rules have changed greatly. Like their ability to go back and look at those shots. The other thing was I didn't even look. Did Utah not have a timeout?
No.
Okay. Yeah,
No,
because Utah immediately throws that haymaker, which was like a heck of a pass.
It actually, it took a minute, and Sabonis caught it because they were kind of like on De'Aaron, and Sabonis caught. Hey, like clearly they didn't have a timeout because they were kind of like looking around, and then the Kings ran back forward because they realized, oh, Utah doesn't have a timeout. We have defense to play, and by the time Sabonis went back kind of towards the baseline, the ball was in the air on its way towards.
That was a dime by Vanderbilt. Like he dropped that in a bucket.
Yeah, it was a hell of a. Who threw that pass?
Vanderbilt threw that.
Yeah, and I think Keegan was defending. It kind of reminds me of the was it De'Aaron Fox full length to Harrison Barnes for the catch and shoot, which was crazy.
Yeah.
The empty arena buzzer beater against Cleveland, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
we were empty arena.
Only one I know who was it. Morgan. I think that was Morgan and
Silicas. That's all.
Krista Plunk were there.
Yeah.
I don't remember. Katie. I think Katie was on the call with Krista. Maybe.
Oh, it's the all female non-binary night.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I was there for that.
Yeah. And what? Well,
I was in the building. I wasn't up on the set. No,
I don't.
No, I was in the building for that.
Okay.
We were allowed in the building.
Reporters were there the whole year.
Oh, okay. Just no fans.
No.
Yeah,
there were no fans there.
No fans.
I spent the whole season up until the last 6 games of the year.
Oh, that's right. I remember.
In the arena,
everyone was spread out.
Yeah.
Like everyone was just spread out, like super far from each other. I never went. We never. Did you go to any of those?
Oh no, I don't think you could.
No, we could. We just didn't. Like
it would have to be like
the protocol
was like a super process for us to get there.
Yeah, and it was like we don't
what?
need to be there, so we're just not going to burden that staff with trying to make room for us. Like just to say we went to one, it's literally the same exact experience at home. Like we don't need to go.
That was
I forgot
really,
reporters were allowed in.
That was it was a good game, and Katie was on the call and went nuts when he hit the shot. Yeah, I mean the whole entire night was,
and it was the strangest celebration in history. I think Harrison just turned around like, well, I just hit a half court shot with no one to cheer, so I'm just gonna walk back to the locker room and take a shower.
It was really tough because during that entire season, we all were spaced out. We were like 6 or 8 feet apart. So you had to yell at the person down the row from you. And
which could probably be heard on the court.
You could hear us. You could hear us everywhere. Like there wasn't enough people in the building at all. Shout out to Kat, who took care of us. She was the Kings employee that had all of our meals ready for us every night and took care of us. And that was just a really strange stretch. But also say we all pulled together as a group. We all like worked together to make sure that we were getting our vaccines when they became available, because if not, we couldn't be in the building. And so when appointments came up, we were sending out like text threads like, hey, there's 6 appointments here, go get your shot. So we're all good and in the building. It was an interesting time. We became closer. The whole group, we became closer.
I remember vividly that the reporters were able to be there all year is because we did have access to the Zoom link for the press conference, and everybody would be sitting at their little table or, miles away from somebody else getting ready to ask their question when I would get in there and watch the press conferences.
And it would be like, Tony, mute your computer. Mute it. Like we all hear it. We're all echoing. God bless Tony. Or send a text like, hey, your mic. How many times I've texted even Jason Anderson, man, your mic is hot. Like, hot mic.
Keep it
hot
clean,
mic.
pal.
Keep or clean. They're like, talk to someone behind them or whatever. Or someone comes in the room and starts yapping.
I've been on Zoom. So we weren't at the arena, but we were all on a Zoom where someone was taking a particularly long time, and the conversation with the media members just got spicy. Set in on a couple of those where some media members were looking for other media members. It's like, oh boy, I'm just gonna sit here and take this all in. This is good stuff. It's off the record with the Sacramento Kings beat writers.
Well, again, we are a tight group. I mean, whether we all love
all
each
of
other
us.
or not. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. We have our moments too where, we don't all get along. Yeah.
I specifically remember Jason Jones being on the call. So Jason was probably the instigator of the whole thing.
Like, Jason is the type that'll start it and then walk away.
And then leave.
Yeah.
Oh man.
We had a moment one night with him where he lost his mind and we had to hold him back in the media room.
I can't imagine that. Like that
was a moment I realized that dude played high-level high school football as an offensive lineman.
Damn.
He threw me and Sean Cunningham around, who were trying to cool him down. He threw us around like a couple of rag dolls. Like just
Jason strikes me so much like Kenny, a guy who's just you're not gonna rattle him. Like he
got rattled one night. Me and him have yelled at each other across the room once or twice, like in the good old days. We had some like witty banter going back and forth. It may have got out of control. But that night was like one of those nights where, like,
well, he wasn't hot at you.
Oh no. No. I won't divulge what happened, but yeah, it was an evening for sure. And it did not end in like 2 minutes. It like we had multiple like rile ups of the same situation. It was
I can't see it.
Crazy.
Yeah.
And that dude is strong as a bull and threw us around all over the place. Like we were falling in the chairs.
I'm picturing this. This is hilarious.
Hold on for dear life.
This is tremendous.
Calm down, buddy. Calm down.
This is so the Sacramento Kings, they're not playing in front of an empty arena anymore. 17,000+. Hopefully, if you're traveling to the game, I don't know. I can still see the sun from the studio, but James says it's pretty windy out. If the
ground is dry over here,
drive careful. Drive careful. Christina Warner induced panic. Damn it. Drive safe. Heading into the game, drive safe. Leaving the game, but it's the Atlanta Hawks who, James, like Utah, is struggling entering this game. Utah had lost 4 in a row, 4 competitive games, but it lost 4 in a row. the Atlanta Hawks, coming off of that, a brutal overtime loss against Golden State the other night, they're coming off 4 losses as well. They're heading into this game with 4 losses as well. And it was a game where Sacramento just never found its legs the first time they played in Atlanta, again, on the second night of a back-to-back. Is it stop Trae Young and figure everything else out along the way, or what's the key for Sacramento tonight?
Yeah, I mean, they're a dangerous team. Onyeka Okongwu has really stepped up and played well for them, but he's not a player that I think this Sabonis will fear at all. I think that's going to be a good matchup. I think Fox and Trae is usually a good matchup. DeJounte Murray is intriguing. Bogey off the bench. Although, all these guys played huge minutes the other night. And
so I'm not okay. Is Bogey playing well?
He had 21 the other night in 43 minutes.
I've seen him have some moments this year. He's doing okay.
The only time I really saw him play was the other night. Because I watched firstly that not the entire game. I watched pretty much the whole second half.
Yeah, I watched
the Lakers. I saw that Lakers game the other day. He was hitting some shots.
Yeah. I hope that he rounds into shape, just like the knee issues have slowed him down. I mean, he's shooting well from the field, but he's only played 14 games on the season. He's averaging 17.6 a game though. Yeah. He's a nice third guard to have. And, I know that's one of the reasons why they were willing to move off a Herder.
Mm-hmm.
So you'd hope that while they're in town, maybe the Kings can have conversations with them about different ways to adjust the trade from the Herder deal, so they could potentially free up their draft picks.
What's that look like? You've brought that up a couple of times. Is that legitimate? Would that be a brand new trade?
No, you can adjust the what are they? The restrictions on a trade on a draft pick.
Mm-hmm.
So sure, it could be a different trade where the Kings send someone their way, or maybe if you wanted to go. So what is it? It's I think it's top 14 protected in 2024. It's top 12 protected in 2025. It's top 10 protected in 2026. If it's not relayed by 2026, it becomes 2 second-round picks.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So in a perfect world, the Kings wouldn't need their first round picks, and they only lose one of them.
Mm-hmm.
So once they give up one pick, then you get your other picks back. But the problem is today, as we sit, they can't trade their 23 because you could lose your 24. You can't trade your 25, your 26, or your 27. So the first pick you have that you can actually trade is a 28. So yeah, I mean, the Kings could negotiate, could try to figure something out. They could take like the lottery protections off completely and just give them an unprotected 2024 pick. But in that case, the Kings would want something more from Atlanta. And so, yeah, I mean, it's, to quote the great David Stern, life is a negotiation. There's always ways you can do it, but the Kings could actually potentially use those picks and considerably improve their roster over the coming weeks. You don't want to kill your entire future, but if you have things that are, working, if you have guys if you are keeping a guy like Keegan Murray around for long term and he's going to develop and be a better player than he is today, then that may make it easier when you look at your contractual obligations with Fox and with Sabonis. Hopefully you're able to tie up Sabonis and stuff like that.
David Stern sounded like Kyle Shanahan. Life is a negotiation. We may not be here Sunday. I mean, it's crazy. But what I got out of that is that the picks and the trades with Atlanta, until it actually has to be conveyed, it could always kind of be reframed, correct? Like it's kind of it could be reframed at the draft this year or whenever, as long as Atlanta's willing to do it, right?
Yeah, as long as both groups are willing to have the conversation and sit down and do it. Now, Atlanta could be perfectly comfortable with that pick and the way that it is. I mean, basically, I know this sounds strange, but you're wiping out a team that seems to be competing for half the players that you want to compete with to go get, like, all the time. How many times have we heard the Kings, matched with Atlanta or competing to get a player that Atlanta's also, likes. So, I mean, that's one thing. You basically wipe out another team's draft picks. But you could hold the Kings, if the Kings have a big deal that they could figure out right now that, required them to have a 26 or a 25 draft pick, I think Atlanta would be willing to listen, especially if you could take a bunch of restrictions off.
Well, it's probably, I mean, I think maybe it's worth pointing out that was Wes Wilcox's former home, right?
I don't know how many people are left from that era though, because he had been with like NBA TV for a couple of years,
and they've had some turnover recently.
Yeah, Travis Schlenk moved up or out, and Landry Fields took over the Hawks. So as far as the GM position, I think it's an interesting. That's a team that you could go back to again and have more discussions with. There are players that would work for both teams in certain situations, but like the John Collins situation, I think that's kind of sailed at this point.
I'm okay with that. I don't know. I'm of course John Collins is going to go for 40 tonight. Give us the old Julius Randle treatment. Like every time Kings fans talking about Julius Randle, he goes for 39.
There's Knicks fans too that are out here. I don't know if you saw the tweet floating around, but they're saying Randle's untradeable right now. He's balling. All those people Julius Randle.
Well, I'm looking at the standings. They're in the 8th spot right now at 20 and 18. The New York Knicks are, and right below them is the Atlanta Hawks, who they're 17 and 20. And as we mentioned, they've lost 4 in a row. And James, you mentioned that Sacramento and Atlanta always seem to be tied together one way or another when rumors get started. Atlanta desperately needs to retool their roster. I don't think Sacramento needs to retool their roster. They may want to add to their roster, improve their roster. I think Atlanta, they've got some fixing they got to do, because I think part of their issue is they overachieved quickly, and I think that set an unrealistic bar for what this team is. This team played way over their head that year they made the playoffs and got, I think, to the Eastern Conference Finals. It's not what this team is.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can say the same thing, sort of like the Denver Nuggets. They played way over their head during the bubble and made it to the Western Conference Finals, and then all of a sudden, they're struggling to get back to like what it is. Maybe they are now back to where they are, where Atlanta has kind of faded hard. And I'd say the other thing, they have turmoil. Like Nate McMillan is not connecting with his players. There's been some conversations about him potentially stepping away. Maybe he's not. I don't want to say that he's not connecting well with his players. He might not be connecting with one of his players well. And
that one's pretty important.
Yeah, he's pretty important. But, at the same time, like how many coaches you go through, you want to be a winner. Sometimes you got to look at yourself in the mirror.
Yeah.
I'm always hesitant to agree with Kenny. I'm starting to really look at the bubble sideways.
Well,
it's like there's just so much that happened that year where it was like,
looking funny in the light.
Look at how much it impacted the Kings.
Oh yeah, it was massive, no doubt.
Everything for the Sacramento Kings.
Hey, can't erase what they were, but I'm just saying that bubble, it was different. It was different. Hey, before we get out of here though, Damian, at Christina's call. Okay, Damian Barling and I am K Diddy. Don't question the forecast. It will be messy. Be safe on the roads to the game. All right, she smoked. We asked for her. She smoked.
All right, if she's still adamant about that forecast, we'll remind you if you're going to the game tonight, be safe. Is it do you know the official number? Is it 7 straight sellouts?
8
straight
sellouts. With the largest crowd was 17,985.
And that number was set like 3 games in a row. Like it kept changing, like it kept going up like 3 games in a row.
Yeah, but then the last game wasn't quite as many. I mean, it was still a full sellout. The crowd has been incredible.
Yeah.
Like truly.
We've got a minute. The Kevin Huerter 3 Friday night.
Incredible.
I watched Brendan's video and Cam's video 1,000 times. Like it's just to see the crowd reaction, like that has to be one of the best Golden One Center moments so far.
Yeah, it's top 5 for sure. I mean, just absolutely incredible. But like when you fill that building up, and these fans are engaged. I mean, when you have a couple hundred standing room only tickets being sold, that's when you know that you're on to something.
Yeah.
Christina Warner has spoken. She said, be safe tonight. And so she is the authority when it comes to all things weather. So if you're headed out to the game tonight, we already know the wind is blowing pretty strong. James told us that when he's going in, once you start, or when he came in, once you start incorporating the rain, it's going to get even a little rockier. So heading in might be okay. Be safe. Leaving could be substantially more difficult. So again, just be safe. We want you all back here tomorrow. Make sure you're following James on social media. Make sure you check out the Kings Beat YouTube channel, the Kings Beat podcast. Make sure you head over to thekingsbeat.com. Follow us at D'Lo and KC on Instagram and Twitter, at ESPN 1320 on Instagram and Twitter. And we'll be back tomorrow at noon to recap another Kings game. Hopefully we're talking about a victory, but whatever we're talking about, we will be here with you tomorrow at noon on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Go Kings.
It's a wrap. It's a wrap, yo. Thanks to everybody who've been here, man. Numbers were
it's crazy.
They were high all day, man. So we appreciate that. Please hit the thumbs up before you go. Hit the subscribe buttons if you're new. That's a big deal for us.
Yeah, do that.
Reply to Christina.
This is a big game tonight.
Has spoken.
This is a big game. They can get to 5 over. It feels monumental if they can.
Do it for De'Aaron.
Hey,
Do
if
it
they
for
can get to
De'Aaron.
5 over, I think they can get to 10 over. Like quick like. But you got to get that first one, and it just seems to be one that they just can't quite figure out.
Take those steps, man. Take those steps. Oh, did I see it? I think I might have saw a tweet from Sean P. Oh, where'd it go?
I saw Leak. I saw Leak called him out too. Leak said it. Leak said,
"Oh yeah, that's Madman." Yep.
These are clearly people I don't follow on Twitter.
Yeah, no, different world, Hammer. We're just having some fun with our guys. That's all. All right, man. Let's get out of here. Be safe tonight, everyone. Again, can't thank you enough. Great numbers on the stream for us today. I'll walk across the hall and tell my boss you showed out for us. And hopefully everyone's back tomorrow. Hit the thumbs up, subscribe buttons, and all that stuff, and we'll see you at noon.